Hi everyone, welcome back to the Blind Press channels all over the place. And we are here to take a gander at all of the crazy nonsense that's been going on everywhere this week. I have a few things pulled up, but I have in mind a couple of more things that I'd like to watch as well, including something insane that Twitch is doing to multi-streamers, and the reaction to Donald Trump striking the nuclear sites in Iran, plus a whole bunch of other insane things like No Kings protesters being crazy, people in Portland being crazy. We just have a whole bunch of things to watch and talk about. Mr. Beast is in trouble again because he just can't not stay out of drama, apparently. Like every year there's something. And I mean, yeah, he is the biggest YouTube creator, but so he's gonna run into drama more because he's big, but like, good God. It's just so much. I'm excited to be here. We're gonna be here for a while, and I hope that we get some people trickling in here and to enjoy the craziness, because like I said, I've got a lot. It's been a bit. I've been keeping up with everything that's been going on though. I've been watching every day. It's been really annoying because I've been I've been every day wanting to fire up a live stream, and there's been something that, like, every day I've run into something in my own brain that has stopped a stream from happening, and it's been annoying as hell. But I'm back, and I'm here, and I'm glad to be here. We've got, like I said, a shit ton of things to watch. And not all of it's gonna be fun. There is gonna be some darkness to it. Like I said, I've also got a Sydney Watson video she just did recently, and it's pretty dark. I've pre-watched it just so I know what I'm getting into, but I do believe it's important to watch. And like I said, it's going to be a fun Sunday stream. At least I hope so. And we've had, in Canadian politics too, we've had some weird shit going down. We've had the Conservatives claiming that the Liberals are trying to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles by 2035. And if that's true, we cannot get a straight answer out of the Liberals whether that's true or not, because they keep dodging the question in true Liberal fashion. They keep claiming that it's not true, but then they, in the same breath, say that electric vehicles are the way of the future, and Canadians want electric vehicles, but the Conservatives are like, why do you need to force people to buy electric vehicles? Why can't they just choose to buy an electric vehicle? Why do you need to mandate the use of an electric vehicle? That's weird. And they won't answer the question. We've gone through, I've sat through 5 question periods of about 58 minutes each, with that literally being the only fucking question. That and Bill C5, that's another thing that's been a big problem. And I'm still trying to learn what Bill C5 is. Oh, look! Where the hell have you been? Hello. So yeah, we've had weird bullshit with C5 going on. We've had Doug Ford now wants castle doctrine in Ontario because his car got stolen. He's also very angry about the documentary that came out about his brother, which I would really like to watch, but it's on Netflix. I wonder if somebody's gonna upload it on YouTube at some point. But yeah, he's not a happy boy right now. It's very, very interesting to watch how he as a politician just immediately wants castle doctrine. And apparently, I need to find the article, and it's really annoying because it's a National Post article and they've decided to make themselves a subscription-based newspaper, which is something I thought they swore they would never do like a year ago. But hey, that's neither here nor there. We have, so apparently, Castle Doctrine has, the documentary actually made his brother look pretty good. Well, that's the thing. In comparison to Doug, even with his, like, crack-induced ramblings and his random-ass fake patois in the restaurant caught on tape, like, he was still a better politician than Doug. And we all know Doug was the more crooked one. It very much, like, we very much know that Rob was the better brother. But Doug is just an angry little troll, and this is coming from somebody who is more right-leaning than left-leaning as of late, if you look at what's going on the left. But yeah, the National Post has decided to make themselves paywall. But they put out an article last week that that said that castle doctrine used to be a thing before it was Supreme Court decided away, which I can believe. Bronchitis. Now that we've seen Trump, Rob looks like a choir boy. Well, between the boisterousness of Trump and the weird shadiness of Doug, Rob's the better politician. But yeah, getting over bronchitis, that's rough. I luckily did not have bronchitis. It was an allergy attack with a cold. So thank God I didn't need to go to the hospital to get antibiotics, because that's what I'm stuck doing now, because I'm not having Driving Ape drive me down to KW for a doctor's appointment just to get antibiotics. I will go to the emergency room for that. Besides, the emergency room here is pretty good. So yeah, that's been what's been going on, and I have a lot more to talk about. I'm actually gonna pull up our airstrike thing here. I want to watch, where's my notifications? There they are. Just now, Trump attacked Iran. Yes, that's what I want. Okay. So we're gonna listen to that too, because it's funny. We're not gonna listen to the whole thing because it's long, but we're gonna listen to a little bit of it, because I'm not gonna stop making fun of Hassan for being Hassan. And but first we're gonna jump into the Mr. Beast stuff, because it just dropped and I want to jump on it right now, and it kind of makes me feel bad for well, it doesn't kind of make me feel bad, it really does make me feel bad about AI artists, or not AI artists, thumbnail artists. Mr. Beast has developed a thumbnail tool, an AI thumbnail tool, that he is now trying to market to creators. And it's bad. Let's take a look.
Mr. Beast is in big trouble right now. Basically, Mr. Beast has just released a new AI thumbnail tool, which is getting a ton of backlash. YouTuber PointCrow is beefing with Mr. Beast, along with Jacksepticeye, Dan TDM, Mudahar from Some More New Gamers, and basically tons of YouTubers and viewers are really mad at him for essentially trying to ruin the website while profiting off of it. It seems this tool also for new gamers, and basically tons of YouTubers and viewers are really mad at him for essentially trying to ruin the website while profiting off of it.
He partnered with a bunch of creators to try to push this, and they didn't know it was AI. And now that they know, they're pissed.
Seems this tool also costs $80 per month to use.
What the fuck, Jimmy? $80 a month? Holy shit, dude.
Now, as I'm recording this video, Mr. Beast actually ended up deleting all of his tweets because of the backlash, and he also posted a response to the situation, which we'll be checking out.
And I bet you he posted it on Twitter too, and not in a video.
Anyways, subscribe so we can save YouTube from the AI slop. And let's begin with Mr. Beast's announcement tweet. View stats just dropped AI thumbnails, and it takes the guesswork out of what thumbnails will perform. Just prompt what you're looking for, and it will generate a data-backed viral thumbnail. So here's the video.
So basically, a data-backed viral thumbnail. That means it has to collect images from somewhere, right? So where is it collecting the images from? Whose art that's real are they stealing for this AI shit?
Video announcement.
There's a new way to make professional-looking viral thumbnails with zero Photoshop experience. And the best part is, this new method works in every niche. Whether you do gaming, cooking, beauty, this works for all of them.
This feels to me like so gross. Like I've seen Driving Ape try to make thumbnails for my stuff, and it takes him like hours to make a thumbnail.
From creating custom results from any channel to literally being able to put your face on a thumbnail.
Yeah, what a wonderful idea. Let's just fucking steal people's thumbnails with AI. Literally,
Yeah, no
let's
shit.
just drag and drop your face on other people's hard work.
Right? That's what I mean. Where are they getting these images from for their data-backed viral thumbnail database? Obviously, they have to steal people's work.
Now, if you didn't know, people obviously spend anywhere from hours to months thinking of the perfect thumbnail and designing it. They literally hire specific people for this. Mr. Beast also used to do this, apparently. I don't know if he still does with this.
And like I just said, Driving Ape for simple, like 5-minute little shitty videos that I do takes like 2, 3, 4, 5 hours to make a thumbnail. And that's barely anything compared to some people.
With this AI tool,
This
it just
is
seems the greed has
fucking
gone so far
bullshit.
that he does not give a single shit anymore.
No.
Let's just infect this website, which is called YouTube, with AI generated slop. Dude, I knew this guy was cooked when he partnered with Logan Paul, bro.
Yeah.
No moral person actually partners with Logan Paul. Then
True. Very true. After all of the things that Logan Paul has gotten in trouble for, like going to the suicide forest and taking a selfie there, the crypto zoo thing, the oh my god, just all of it. Just
That
why would you
explains how it
partner with
works.
somebody like that?
This is the home of the AI tool where you can type in any channel on all of YouTube and it will use it as inspiration for the thumbnail it's generating. So for example, let's say you're Mr. Beast. You would just type in Mr. Beast here. Now it's gonna look at all my recent videos and get inspiration from them. And for the
Okay.
prompt, I'm gonna type in stranded on a volcano. And there you go, we now have a thumbnail with me dangling on the side of a volcano.
But what? Again, how did it come up with you dangling? Like, who's? This is bullshit.
right, so basically goodbye to any thumbnail artist,
Yep.
anybody who made a career out of this stuff or spent years learning the skill. I guess you can just go put the fries in the bag. I mean, don't get me wrong, I knew this sort of AI shit was coming, but I expected it to come from the degenerate, soulless companies trying to maximize their profit at any cost. I didn't actually expect it to be launched by the #1 YouTube creator. So
Dude, Pegasus. He just made a shit ton of money from Prime doing that weird Beast Games thing. You don't think he's sold out? He partnered with Logan Paul and got a Prime deal. Not Prime Energy, Amazon Prime. Got a Prime deal. And you don't... What? Mexicans got memory hold. Weird comment, but hello. But yeah, it's very strange that like that chat message just
someone who's supposed to be for the people.
Yeah,
tries to-
okay, there we go. Like, you can't be surprised anymore, Pegasus, that Mr. Beast is doing this, because he's long ago sold
to
out.
act relatable to everybody
No.
as if he loves the YouTube community. And obviously you guys know that I've defended Mr. Beast in the past multiple times, and I've criticized him multiple times when he deserved it. We had the entire saga, and this is another one of those times where it is absolutely justified. It is just so sad to see, because now I know that you guys only have a couple more years to enjoy my content or anybody else you actually like, because this is the future now.
That's the scary thing. Like, I've been sitting with Driving Ape while he's scrolling through freaking Instagram reels, right? And the amount of actual AI reels created by that Google, the whatever the hell, VO3 or whatever it is, they're getting really good. And I'm like it's getting very scary, the amount of like those man on the street things that are being generated. It's starting to get into like couples thing, like they'll like a wife talking about her husband. It's starting to get really, really hard to tell whether it's real or not.
Everything will just be AI slop, not just the thumbnail, but the voice in the video and everything. And of course, this guy with the AI creepy ass expression in all of his thumbnails is the one leading forward this charge. Not to mention he's charging people $80 a month to use this tool, so
that is still outrageous.
well,
like,
obviously he's trying to profit off of it.
How can you charge that much and be okay with yourself and be like, this is a tool for creators? Like, how many content creators, really, if you think about it, what's the word I'm looking for? Realistically, that's the word I'm looking for. I knew it started with a anyway, realistically, how many content creators make enough money to spend $80 a month on a thumbnail generating tool? Like 1%? Like, what is this tool for? Your friends in the top echelon of YouTube? Like, this is not for the average creator by any means.
As much as possible. Now, it turns out he literally didn't even get permission from the creators he featured there. And you'll see later on Twitter a bunch of people are mad at him for using their logo to promote AI, including Jacksepticeye, who was absolutely pissed. Then he gives a demonstration of the drag and drop thing.
You really like the thumbnail you're generating, but not the face on it. Don't worry, we have this face swap tool that you can click, upload a face you do like, and it will instantly swap it onto the thumbnail. To show you how simple this is, I'm gonna take a photo of my face.
Okay.
Okay. I'm now gonna hit face swap and take the thumbnail from this to this.
So you can steal somebody else's thumbnail and be like, this is my channel. Look, my face is on it.
Automatically.
What the fuck,
Wow,
Jimmy?
thank you, Jimmy. So what you're telling me is that instead of being a scumbag and just photoshopping my face on someone else's thumbnails, I'm just gonna do it with the drag and drop. I'm gonna do it in a single click.
What the fuck? You've taken away all the effort of thievery. Holy fuck, dude. What is your issue? Are you dumb?
To steal somebody's content. Congratulations,
wow.
You just made stealing 100 times easier. What an absolutely horrific idea.
That's basically, could you imagine somebody going, somebody creating a tool where you could just drag and drop your name onto a fucking work of literature? Could you fucking imagine? Like, you'd go scrolling through, like, some form of database somewhere, and you find some forgotten poem or novel, and you're like, hey, this is really good, and not many people know about it. This is now my book.
Not to mention, these AI thumbnails that he's generating is based on every other thumbnail on YouTube. How the hell do you think AI trains itself? It obviously studies everybody else's thumbnails that these other people have made themselves, or these people have paid other people to make, and then it uses it as inspiration or whatever, which is bullshit in the case of AI, because it's basically just stealing and saying, okay, my AI thought of it. So it's literally out there training on your thumbnails, using your hard work, and then passing it off as its own.
This is disgusting. Like, how could any creator come up with this and, like, not right away when the idea goes into their head go, that's really, really stupid. Why did I think of that? That is completely antithetical to content creation.
Anyways, let's just go to Twitter and look at everybody's reactions. It is absolute chaos right now. So let's start with Point Crow. He's a YouTuber and streamer. Putting this here and logging off. What a piece of work. And he's put MrBeast's tweet. And then he's attached this. This is their most popular plan. Pro plus AI, $80 a month. Our full suit now includes AI thumbnail generation and more. Perfect for all creators.
Oh yeah, all creators. Because all content creators are making so much bank on YouTube and Twitch and shit that they can pay $80 a month. A month. That is $9,600 a year. I think. Hold on. Let me do the math here. If you move the 0, 960? No, it's still a lot. It's too much.
Except those who don't have $80 a month to shill for this. Everything in Pro Plus. 1,000 AI credits per month. Generate viral thumbnails.
Wait, 1,000 AI credits per month. That means you have a limit to how much you can generate? That's interesting.
To any channel. Face swap, yes! Put yourself in any thumbnail. Recreate your favorite thumbnails. Get the perfect thumbnail with AI editing. Access to Discord with a bunch of other degenerates.
Oh boy.
Here's some of the responses. Not bad. $80 a month isn't terrible. Getting absolutely ratioed. MrBeast, one of, if not the richest content creators on earth, is making a profit off stealing artwork from every other creator. When is it enough, Jimmy? Perfect for all creators, except, you know, all the ones you're stealing art from. $80 a month for the worst slop you've ever seen. By the way, we need to like clarify. Slop is different from AI slop, all right?
It is. It very, very much is. And honestly, slop tubing is only called slop tubing because Hassan like coined the term, and all of us were like, "Fuck yeah, bitch!" We'll take it. We'll own it. We're slop tubers now. Fuck you.
All right, what I make is passionate slop that I'm obviously very, you know, genuine. I have a lot of personality in my videos. You know, the SpongeBob memes or whatever. This isn't, none of the shit is AI generated,
no.
Dog, all right? So make sure to say AI slop when you refer to this bullshit, okay? I don't want to get lumped in with this absolute nonsense. So anyways, Point Crow continues. He attaches this tweet by MrBeast. The largest channel in Russia just takes my thumbnails and photoshops his face on mine.
Wait, is that a tweet from Jimmy complaining about a channel stealing his thumbnails? No.
Interesting, Jimmy. So this was a tweet from 2021, and you can say,
no.
oh, his opinions changed or whatever. But obviously, he was mad that people were stealing his thumbnails. And now he wants to do it to every creator on YouTube. Point Crow points out, so MrBeast gets to complain about channels stealing his thumbnails, then turn around and makes a tool that does the same thing, but cheaper and faster. He promotes his new AI tool in a video on the site, saying that it can copy any channel style of thumbnails for YouTube videos and even edit it so that your face is in it instead of the original creator.
I have a question, and this is genuinely a question because I do not have the patience for listening to voiceover read me the entire terms of service for YouTube. But wouldn't advertising a tool that essentially steals content be against TOS? Like, that has to be... Hey, Spittle Buggies! That has to be, like, against... Cheaper for who? Right? Well, I think they're saying cheaper compared to, like, a Photoshop price, which I get, but still, like, that's not cheap.
He initially states it so they can be used for inspiration, but then continues on and notes that this will literally be the way you generate your thumbnails going forward. I spend days, weeks, sometimes months thinking
Not really, it's like advertising lockpicks. Or rootkits. Okay.
Thumbnails, working with artists to craft the perfect one. And you've made something that can steal my and my artist's hard work without a thought. Your model is clearly trained on all our thumbnails and uses them without any creator's permission and makes it not only easy, but it attempts to make this socially acceptable too. Way to take out the creator and content creator and the fun that comes from thinking of new ideas. Majorly F this. If there's any class action lawsuit, count me in.
Holy shit! I hope somebody sues Jimmy for
I'm
this.
so done with this guy.
This
Ladies
is
and gentlemen,
bullshit.
never doubt Pegasus again. What did I say? What did I say? All right, Pegasus is never wrong. I'm telling you, I don't actually clickbait. It's a future prediction, dog. Here we got a Twitter genius. Interesting perspective, but there are valid uses for AI tools too. Okay, nobody's.
Yeah, there are, but this is not one of them. This is stealing. This is no.
Debating that, bro. We're
This is
talking
not
about this
okay.
specific use. It's wild that Mr. Beast clearly forgot what it was like being a small YouTuber or human being while trying daily to brag about being philanthropic.
Well, here's the thing though. Was Jimmy ever actually did Jimmy actually ever understand the plight of the small YouTuber? Cuz he had money to, like, from the start. His mom would help him get all the stuff he reviewed and everything. Like, he didn't struggle the way a normal small-time YouTuber with, like, no money and no rich family to help him to start out. So Jimmy never really understood what it was like to be a struggling content creator.
Man is actively in support of something that can replace him, let alone every creator, and do mad harm. Just wild. I'm not even a Mr. Beast hater, but the hypocrisy here is outstanding. You should be. Watch the goddamn saga. Now, I know the immediate response is, Pegasus, why are you complaining? Your thumbnails are just, it's over. Well, first off, I'm allowed to care about people other than myself.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to feel for other people. I have some iDubbbz in me, you know, some empathy,
Some iDubbbz in me. That's great.
of course. And this will eventually affect me as well, because if AI continues to go where it's going, they will eventually replace my voice in my video.
Well,
You'll get
there's a whole new
AI-generated
market for
SpongeBob
copyright.
memes, and you won't have any passion
Yep.
in the goddamn videos.
Copyright
One of the most
lawsuit,
common
yep.
compliments I get on my channel is how
Oh, let me tell you, like, this next decade, needs to be severe changes to copyright laws to kind of, like, bring everything into the 21st century, I think, and cover the use of AI models that basically steal from people's work. Copyright lawyers are gonna make a lot of money.
is how authentic I am in my videos, or like something about humor or something like that. And it's basically because I have a lot of passion in my videos, which makes me stand out from the other creators, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it's just sad that authenticity is getting launched out of the window now. So yeah.
Like, there have been some of the AI reels that I have listened to with Driving Ape. The voices sound really convincing. And the only thing that you can tell that it's an AI is sometimes there's like an audio blip. And you're like, okay, that's a robot voice.
So yeah, forgive me if I'm just concerned about my community or whatever. Now, Mr. Beast tweets about one of his videos, and Point Crow responds again. This you? Are you gonna say anything, or just delete your tweet and profit off of stealing other creators' work and with their new view stats AI slop tool? Then he continues the tweeting question and the pricing structure on the site. Are you serious, dude? Right, so I never got this, that Mr. Beast claims this is like for small creators or whatever who can't afford to hire thumbnail artists like him, right? Like a giant team. Brother, it's $80 a month. That is not affordable at all. Not that anybody should buy.
The concept of AI revenge porn. Whoo! That's not something I even thought about. But you're right. Stealing from people's, like, Facebook pages and things, that you are absolutely correct.
This garbage at all. This will 100% ruin YouTube. You might think, okay, it's helping my process right now,
no.
But the consequences of this long term are going to be astronomical. Now we got to move on to some responses from legends like Jacksepticeye saying, what the actual F? And he used my logo in the promotion for it too. I hate what this platform is turning into. FAI. And
how is that? He stole Jacksepticeye's logo? What the fuck?
This was a drama alert tweet talking about Mr. B's view stat
That's
promotion.
Not okay,
and
dude.
Interestingly enough, it got deleted, and then they pinned a tweet talking about Mr. B's response, which we'll check out later. So I don't know if Mr. Beast like messaged drama alert to do covering PR for him, but that's very weird how it got deleted. But yeah, anyways, back to Jacksepticeye's tweet. I gotta agree, man. The soul is just being sucked out of YouTube. It is no longer a bunch of creators just expressing voicing their opinions online. It's a bunch of corporate losers hiring 5,000 people to just drown out everything else.
And it's so frustrating how so many, like, mainstream media people come onto YouTube, and because they're mainstream media, they somehow manage to go from 0 subscribers to hundreds of thousands of subscribers and monetized in weeks to months. And they don't need the money because they have made money from being mainstream media personalities for decades, and yet they automatically get monetized, and it's very frustrating.
And now it's even worse because they're not even hiring those people, or at least giving them
No,
jobs.
they're not.
Making them
They're
AI
using
machines.
AI.
And they're just trying to make as much money as humanly possible.
Yep.
Now, I have a lot of respect for Jack. He's the absolute GOAT. Only legends remember the green hair Jack era. And I just gotta clarify my stance here. I think using AI to complement humans is completely fine.
Yes.
But if it's just replacing humans and creativity in general, that is just flippin' sad, man.
I definitely agree. I feel like AI has a place. I feel like even as a blind person, I have definitely found a use for AI, but to use it to completely replace creativity, human connection, any of that. Oh, my favorite is when the AI tries to pronounce UK places or surnames or tries an accent. I have not heard that yet. I have not had the pleasure of hearing an AI attempt a British accent or pronunciation of, like, especially I could see it having trouble with, like, Welsh names or, like, Scottish, like Glen, like the random Glens that are in Scotland that sound more like a German name than a fucking British one. I could see it having issues.
Man, and it makes me worry, not gonna lie, because, you know, I'm like the most optimistic person alive if you know me IRL, and even then, it feels really tough to have a good outlook on this. Now, if you guys actually remember, Jacksepticeye called him out before, you warned us, and now everything is coming to light.
Do you like Mr. Beast? No. Jack. Oh! Do you think Mr. Beast ruined YouTube? Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Now, in all honesty, Jack, why? Because it became more about views, money, and popularity than it did about having fun.
Boom! And this is why I'm so stoked to be back live streaming, because I am having fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is why I love sitting down, watching different videos from different genres, whether, like, politics, internet shit, like, international things, history, science. Like, I like sharing my views with you guys. It's fun. And I just don't understand why it has to be about who you know, or how much you've like what your status is with the big creators to get any notice anywhere.
You just don't think you have fun playing Squid Games? You don't think you have fun riding on yachts?
Right, so obviously he didn't exactly predict this AI type of slop, but he had a general idea of where this was going.
Yeah.
Mr. Beast was just sort of making it way too corporate and making it impossible for solo creators to actually compete. Essentially, YouTube became more about algorithm optimization than just a guy in his room talking into the mic. And that's kind of why a lot of people like my channel as well, because it's one of the last remaining parts of OG YouTube.
That's what I try to make my streams. I try to make them, like, even though you guys are in chat, I try to interact with chat as much as I can, because I want to have a conversation with people. And I feel like I don't get the same kind of conversation in, like, when I make videos that I do when I'm live streaming. And I don't mean I don't get nice comments, because I do. I don't like, and I'm not saying I don't get constructive comments, because I do, but I feel like I can't interact as well, and I can't get my point across in text as well as I can live streaming and talking to chat and reacting to things that matter to me.
It's very simple, no crazy fancy editing, just enough to entertain you guys. And it's essentially what YouTube was meant to be. A guy like sitting in his room, talking into a mic, giving his opinions online, and it's a pretty like nice community here. Now even that is being ruined by the annoying bots in the comments, which are impossible to get rid of, by the way. I've banned like 200 of them,
Holy
but there's just
fuck.
like an infinite amount every single video, and they just multiply. And obviously,
And they all have like insane amounts of numbers and letters after their usernames.
so YouTube can't do the bare minimum and fix such an easy thing. Instead, they gotta do dumb shit like remove dislikes or whatever.
Yeah.
Complete joke. Anyways, this drama got so crazy that even the legend Dan TDM responded saying depressing. He made a separate tweet about it saying, using AI in creativity makes zero sense to me. People who use it to replace creatives don't have a creative bone in their body.
Nope.
Learn to make something yourself and be proud of it. FAI.
You know what? Like, I'm not gonna lie. I did use AI to help me write Shadows of Mercy, but I am going to not do that with Shadow's Edge because I want to just write it myself.
Dan swearing is absolutely peak. That's when you know it's serious. You know it's bad when Dan TDM tweets about drama because this guy is known to never involve himself in drama ever, except for the one time, obviously, if you joined before the Hassan series, you would know that I had a series on the Three Stooges of YouTube.
Oh, God.
Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and KSI. And Dan TDM was this absolute legend during the KSI saga who single-handedly triggered KSI into the stratosphere for 2 whole months over one tweet about Lunchly. But yeah, I completely agree
That's
with Dan
hilarious.
here. Using AI in creativity is such a spit in the face to everybody who actually worked hard to come up with ideas themselves.
The most that this happens in, and I fucking hate watching how depressed it gets him. The fucking AI photography. Just like, what happened to people enjoying a photographer's images?
So we got some classic idiots defending this. You
Of
think
course.
AI killed creativity? Nah, it found the ones you buried under not good enough and gave them a voice that doesn't wait for permission.
What
you
the
mean stealing?
fucking
Like not
stupid
asking for
take
permission
is
before
that?
you use other people's work? This isn't the death of art, it's the funeral of gatekeeping.
No, this is... You're literally stealing people's...
Because while you were
holy
busy
shit.
guarding the throne, the Forgotten Ones learned to code fire. Now they're painting with thunder. Did this guy use AI for this, bro? Bro actually responded with ChatGPT. You can't
I'm
be serious.
musically
You don't fear
creative, but I'm not musically able. There's a lot of creativity that goes into my AI. Your song about the Canadian, the what the hell was it? Oh, what the fuck was it? The Canadian House of Commons, where it was like, the song you made. It was hilarious.
Your AI, you fear the silence after the crowd realizes they never needed you to begin with. Did AI write that for you? Look, I
Right?
could instantly tell that shit was AI because it was so flippin' bad, bro.
Like, seriously, he just went, write me an angry post to, like, this dude about this.
Another common Dan TDM W. Anyways, let's move on to Mudahar's response from
Oh,
some
boy.
ordinary gamers. AI thumbnails promoted from the biggest creator on the platform. What a joke. Quit complaining about everything, especially AI. Dude, why are there so many idiots on Twitter? So anyways, Muda also made a video about it. And in this part, he talks about how he actually paid for thumbnail art. And now essentially people will get to use that style for free.
Mr. Beast
Yeah.
is just straight up scraping for other thumbnails. Okay, all of the other YouTubers that are putting in effort, you know, even hiring thumbnail artists, artists, you know, they're the ones that are getting screwed over the most, right? But the few times that I've done it, one of them came from a good friend of mine, Novika, or Imaru. You might know him from like the My Immortal readings. He has a really good thing going where he's an artist, right? He draws a lot of art for the Sonic community, Sonic, you know, content creators, and he's had an art style that he's put together years into developing. Like, he made one thumbnail art for me years ago. Now imagine if a tool like this just scrapes my channel for his art style. They're not really just stealing from me, they're also stealing from the actual human being that I hired to...
Yeah, they're stealing that artist's work, that person's personality that they've developed in their art over years. That is being stolen.
To do this artistic work.
Honestly, that's a really good point, because when you train your AI using all of this data is being generated by people with tons of hours of hard work, right?
Yep.
And potentially people like paying other people to do this work. So instead of just taking somebody's work, which is illegal, you're finding a go around and putting it into your AI machine to churn it out into something else. It's like taking somebody's homework and changing a couple words. And
That's what I mean when I say there has to be some revision to the copyright law internationally, that like, you can't use an AI model to get around into intellectual property theft. Do you know what I mean? Like, there has to be something that fixes that, because that's insane. I just, it makes me it makes me very concerned, but it also makes me predict that copyright law is about to become a very lucrative profession.
And it is such a slippery slope, and I feel like Mr. Beast will only understand this when somebody starts taking his voice and his face and making identical videos to him, beating him out using AI. And if you think that's not going to happen, you're completely mistaken, because that's the direction we're headed, into complete dystopian shit. Then he talks about Mr. Beast's general mindset.
Because it seems like for him, content creation is more like speed running your way to actually getting virality.
Now, I have seen jizz moppers with more soul in their eyes than Mr. Beast when talking about, I guess, his brand, if you will.
That is dark. That is fucking dark, Mudahar. Holy fuck. Wow, okay. But he's not wrong.
Content creation. Obviously, this image to me seems pretty AI generated, and obviously if it works for Beast and he's trained it off of his own content, I guess that's totally fine. Obviously, it must work for shorts. Clearly, the world's largest YouTuber knows a thing or two about virality.
Yeah.
But the problem with this is he's created a piece of content, he's created this, like, system that is completely okay with inspiring itself from other people's channels, right?
Yeah, so one thing that was very apparent when I was covering the whole Mr. Beast drama is that everybody agreed that bro was absolutely soulless.
Yeah.
Especially those thumbnails of him, like, creepily smiling. It just seems like he's on this never-ending quest to get bigger and bigger and grow his brand, make more money, and there's just...
Well, and he stands on the backs of disenfranchised people to do it. Like, the whole, I brought water to Africa. The poor Africans have no water. It's like, meanwhile, now that you actually have things like social media, there are people in Africa that get really angry, that are like, you know, no, we don't all live in fucking huts. You know, yes, we have fucking running water, you racist pieces of shit. You know what I mean? Or the whole, you know, I cured blindness for 1,000 people, meanwhile he paid for cataract surgery. Like, no fucking soul.
There's just no substance to
whatsoever.
it, no soul. And if you followed the saga, you obviously know this is like the least of the bad shit he's done. Then he talks about who this tool is actually meant for, because it's definitely not small creators.
The kind of tool that Mr. Beast is creating, let's be completely real, is not meant for the up-and-coming creator. It's meant for the channel that likes to
I didn't
throw
know
out
that.
10 uploads a day and find out the absolute cheat code methods to virality, right?
Yep.
But as long as they get that one video that's pulling out like 10 million views, that's all that really matters, right?
It's
That's
true.
the kind of market that it seems Mr. Beast is really headed out to.
That's what he doesn't care about the quality of his videos. He cares about the quantity of his videos, because at least one of those videos will get big and he will get money from it.
Not the actual creator that wants to create a meaningful video that people remember for years down the road. This is something that obviously is designed to maximize CTRs and maximize these numbers.
Yep.
This guy seems like YouTube for him is like an EVE Online player, okay?
Eve! He called out Eve. Okay. How?
It's not about exploring space or anything. It's about firing up spreadsheets at this point. And that's
Yep.
really the kind of vibe that
We knew a player who had, what was it? 8 accounts? And we were like, how the fuck do you manage all of those accounts? And like, they were multiple billion-esque accounts with tons of property, tons of skills, we're like, how the fuck do you play this game with all these accounts? And we got to look at, all he did was spreadsheets. All he did all day to play that game was make a fucking spreadsheet.
that I get that feels like the kind of creator that they're going for. I really do feel like, again, the primary market for this is obviously the business enterprise model,
Yep.
right? Just to sell this to like big companies like Amazon
Yep.
or Pepsi or any of these big conglomerates, to sell them the secret sauce for virality in the online space.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why he said it's for the average creator.
It's
Nobody wants
so
anything
not.
to do with the shit, and nobody wants to shell out $80 a month
No.
for it. It's just
It's literally the only people that would pay $80 a month is either somebody that's making millions of dollars a year on YouTube, like Jimmy or like Logan Paul or like KSI, or a company like Amazon or Disney or fucking Pepsi or whatever. That is those are the only 2 demographics of people that will pay that kind of money for an AI tool.
it's just a scummy way to profit off
Like,
others'
fuck.
hard work with
I think ChatGPT charging $30 a month for ChatGPT Pro is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. ChatGPT Pro Plus for $30 a month is fucking stupid. Like, the amount of money these AI tool programmers are making on subscriptions is disgusting.
without actually paying them. And Muda is totally right when he says that this tool is for giant companies and soulless individuals who just want to do a get rich quick. They want to get on YouTube, post a billion videos quickly with AI thumbnails and AI content, get their bag, and just leave. They are absolutely going to exploit this, and the average creator is going to suffer who actually wants to put in some work and make something creative from the, human spirit or whatever. Then he talks about
Fuck the human spirit. It's only been thriving for 10,000 years, historically speaking, in writing and pictures and shit. Fuck the human spirit, man. We can generate the human spirit now.
legality of this tool, because you are essentially just stealing.
How legal this is, or not legal is the best term, but how allowed this is from YouTube's perspective when you look into their TOS.
You really
Using
should
any
have uploaded
automated
more
means
of
such
them,
as robots,
Kitten,
botnets,
because
or
they're funny.
scrapers, except in the case of public search engines, which ViewStats is not a public
I
search
don't profit
engine,
off
from my
it. It's just for
understanding.
funsies.
In accordance
yeah,
with
but
YouTube's
it's a full-fledged musical program, right? It's not like a fucking ChatGPT, which barely does anything. It doesn't create videos for you. It generates images and text. That's all ChatGPT does. So $30 a month for that, I think, is ridiculous.
robots.txt file, so the txt file in any website that tells you how scrapers should work, what they can use, what they can avoid, and of course with YouTube's prior written permission. So I don't know if YouTube gave him necessary permission for it, because YouTube does train a lot of its engines, or Google trains itself on YouTube.
Right, so the problem with expecting YouTube or Google to moderate this is the fact that they themselves participate in this type of shit. If you didn't know, Google is also advancing AI at an alarming rate, and it is just scary. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm very excited for stuff like the health breakthroughs, right? Maybe we cure cancer, maybe we get to space in different planets, maybe we get robotic limbs to help handicap people.
Yeah, like there is a there is a place for artificial intelligence, but in the creative space, in things of that nature, we don't need to be just stealing pictures and text and throwing it into a machine. Like, there's gotta be, like, we've only unlocked, what, 10% of our brain? We've only mapped 10 to 20%, not even that, 10% of our brain. Like, we don't know the full capacity of the human brain at all. And yet we're not even trying to elasticize our brain and expand our brain and be more creative. It's just, quickly, let's generate as much generated content as possible. And it's sad. It's really, really sad. And I really hope at some point we get some sort of copyright change for like intellectual property with AI. I just really hope that that's something that happens, because it's getting out of hand. It's getting way out of hand. And we're gonna continue on with our talk of theft with our next topic, which is Hassan's latest Ethan's latest content nuke. I'm not sure if you guys watched it yet or watched anybody react to it yet, but Ethan Klein he dropped a content nuke on Thursday, I believe it was, and he has revealed that he is suing 3 creators for blatant copyright theft. And we are going to watch this video, and there's a very good reason why, because he talks about reaction content, and we are going to do a proper reaction to this video, and we are going to demonstrate what real fair use looks like when we watch this video and talk about it. Because the reason that Ethan is suing these 3 friends of Hassan Piker is because they blatantly stole views from him, tried to do a different market for his video, tried to take money away from him, his views and everything. It's bad. So let's take a listen here.
Hi there.
Hi there,
my
Ethan.
Name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime.
I like that. I like that a lot. My favorite pastime is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Yes, because there's nothing else you could do. You probably wanted to do with that money. Invest it somewhere. Perhaps, put it in a college fund for your kids. I don't know. Oh, this is great. I love the sarcasm. It's
Join
great.
me in creating generational wealth for my attorney.
I love it, Ethan. I love it.
Let me tell you guys a story.
Okay.
About 1.5 years ago, it's a big conversation called ReactGate.
Yes.
ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hassan, XQC, and many
I've watched Melton Legal Mindset on it. Quite different reactions. Yes, there's been a lot of different
Twitch
reactions.
streamers would watch other creators' entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient commentary or even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video.
Yeah, that is not okay. That in itself is directly copyright infringement or copyright theft. If you're gonna sit there and not say anything during a video and not pause it and only have your face in like a tiny corner of the screen, and you're just sitting there and randomly sometimes going, no, that's not transformative.
Yeah. Here's what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I'm invisible, don't worry about me.
Oh,
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video.
Yeah.
A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue.
No.
My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work. Or, they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission. Something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done when they've streamed or re-uploaded my videos.
yeah, if you're gonna completely mirror somebody's video, because that's what that's called. We used to call it mirroring. When you completely just uploaded somebody's content on your channel. Just fucking ask. Don't just do it.
But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream or re-upload the entirety of my videos.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry, because why should these content thieves...
DSP is going to be screwed. Sorry, I mean Mr. Chair is going to be screwed. Why do I hear screeching outside of my door?
essentially get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening. I mean, people don't like injustice, and this just, we all see this, and no, it's not right.
Well, there are, I'm sure, like, Hassan has taken smaller creators' videos and just played them in full, either just with his chair in front of the camera or walking away. Like, and his stuff gets way more views.
This debate culminated when XQC, one of the prime suspects, called into my show to debate me. This. In which case, I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned.
So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright, or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well,
just straight up no. Fucking Frenchman. What the fuck? Making Frenchmen look. Ugh. Oh no, not the worm! Poor Ethan, he's completely screwed now.
Do it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many fucking views
Ethan, what are you gonna
get.
do?
Oh, okay, sure.
Hey, at least he's doing something. Fuck, right? At least he's doing something original.
Content, at least. The ultimate debate, bro. He hit him with the worm. Oh, why didn't I think of that first?
Oh yeah, I know, right, Ethan? Totally a missed opportunity.
I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse. Now, ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse.
And the funnier thing is, XQC in the past, like, month has had some pretty, like, reasonable, intelligent things to say about Hassan, and the protests and everything. It's really weird when XQC has, like, rational shit to say.
You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts. When Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom, or to eat, or to talk to his mom, or to do whatever, disappears for an extended period of time and leaves the video playing for his chair.
This is why I have the Be Right Back screen, because I'm not a dick. Like, what the fuck? Like, I do have the You Are Not Alone screen, and that just plays the video. Like, it still has the video going up, but I usually only use that for like 10 seconds. I don't like, there's no... I don't think I've ever... I think maybe once or twice I've left a video playing and left for, like, a minute.
Mr. Chair, they call it.
Mr. Chair, yes.
To leave the area around the main airport.
I gotta pee.
Send this.
Oh my god, these are all the times. Listen to the audio. Listen to the audio overlay of how many times he's walked away, left a video playing, and his chair just sitting there. Holy fuck. That is nuts. The video equivalent is pages intentionally left blank. Yes!
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
I don't have an issue with them.
It's not that I wanted these people to steal my video. It's that I knew they would.
Yeah. It's obvious they would do it. They would do it with any video, but especially with his.
I knew they would watch the entire video, add little to no commentary, react to it instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion.
Like this video that we're watching right now, I have watched in its entirety, and I have watched 3 separate people react to it. Because I wanted to have a proper, information on it and everything, so that I could present my opinion about it without sounding like a fucking moron.
The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published.
Without fucking actually reacting to it.
The thing is, there were a few people that went above and beyond to commit copyright infringement. For example, Denim sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30 times her regular viewership.
Jesus Christ! That is insane! So specifically because she was stealing Ethan's video and just not saying anything about it, but because she was stealing his video, that many people showed up to watch it so that Ethan wouldn't get the views. That is
She's
insane.
working directly with the Snark subreddit moderators to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer. Here's an excerpt from a stickied post from the Snark subreddit. Hey everyone,
Brilliant.
We've seen a lot of
Put it in
comments
writing.
about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who've supported our sub, either by engaging with us directly or citing our posts.
Frogan is not a large
H3.
streamer,
Here
she's
they're
just a
offering
fat
these streamers
streamer.
as
That's
market
true.
substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement. The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer.
So they're brigading people to specifically go to creators that don't want people to watch Ethan's video directly. And they are specifically listing creators to go watch, to basically go help steal Ethan's content.
That's how I knew when this video came out, the Snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement.
Yep.
I should thank the Snarkers, actually. Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their favorite streamers and serving them up on a golden platter.
Suckers! And the amount of people, I've heard Hassan be like, this is entrapment, this is entrapment. Entrapment is fucking only in criminal cases, you idiots.
So
and Ethan is not suing Hassan. He specifically wanted Hassan to watch it and react to it, so he cannot sue Hassan and he will not sue Hassan. He specifically said that. So I don't know why everyone's like, oh my god, entrapment, oh my god, lawsuit baiting.
It's one thing for a subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement, but how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
Yeah, because let's just blatantly self-snitch, shall we?
If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here,
It turns out
if you like the content. Yes, the content of me not saying anything. The content of me blatantly denying the rapes of many, many women in detention with Hamas. The content of me calling Tectone a rapist. Yes, that content. Yes, that's
they
very
just do
good
it for
content.
You couldn't cook up
Going grocery shopping.
Okie dokie.
I'll leave this open so you can get some air.
Thank you.
a more incriminating statement if you tried. Denim's the
No, you
queen
really
of self-owning. You prevail again. There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright.
Oh yes, the wholesomeness in my comments section as well, because yeah, like because I'm sure that it's not just Hassan's chat; it's probably Denim's and Frogan, and they're all working together.
Yeah, except I don't believe they know you because I think this all has to do with keyword searches in relation to Hassan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all video. It's only in the videos you say Hassan.
Legal mindset. Sorry, let me read this properly. Legal mindset went over the actual legal points rather than the drama specifically. This will be a popcorn moment. He also covered the potential fallout from it. Yeah, it's like 35 degrees outside. It's fucking crazy.
So you just don't have, we just don't have central air and you don't have air conditioning, so you have to open
Copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now. I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hassan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress.
Oh shit! Ha ha ha! Suckers!
Some of you guys out there sweating. Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain.
No. First of all, Ethan doesn't need the money. Second of all, Ethan doesn't want to kill reaction content because he reacts to shit. Right? He doesn't, like, on his podcast, he reacts to things. Right? So he doesn't want the reaction content killed. He wants people to properly do it. That's what he wants. He wants people to not steal other people's views and not feel 42 with humidity. That's true. But he doesn't want the death of the reaction community. He just wants the reaction community to conduct themselves with some semblance of fucking integrity. And even if you don't like a creator, don't actively be like, if you don't want to give this person views, come here and watch it through me. Like, that is never something I would ever say. Like, even when I covered Molly Burke, I was never like, you guys should actively watch Molly content through me and not her. Like, I always said, go to her channel yourself and take a look. Like, I never, ever said you should only watch Molly through me. Like, that's retarded.
People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that.
No.
I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
It could. It absolutely could. Because if... And Ethan's going to make this point in a minute. If he doesn't do it and single out the most egregious people, what's going to happen when somebody like, oh, I don't know, Disney comes along and sues a person who is doing a reaction to a fucking movie where they have 30 seconds of a clip, which is using it and using it in fair use for review purposes, and Disney decides, no, we don't like that. It was an unfavorable review. We're going to copyright strike you. And then it starts doing it to everybody. What's going to happen then? Nobody's going to be able to react to anything.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of
That is
reaction
the
content on
stupidest
Twitch is
thing
so
you could
broken.
do.
These creators feel comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content.
Yeah.
Pay me instead of him.
Because Twitch doesn't do anything to punish its supposed golden children. Like, Twitch is the perfect, like, the narcissistic parent that picks the one kid that is the favorite and then shits all over the other kids. In this context, Twitch is the narcissistic parent. Hassan, Denims, and Frogan and Casey Tron are the golden children, and the rest of us get banned for fucking the stupidest shit. Now including multi-streaming and simulcasting and not paying attention or paying less attention to your Twitch chat than your other chats. I'm not kidding. We're gonna watch that video in a bit.
This is not a healthy environment.
No,
People like
it's
Sue
not.
Reacting to entire TV shows on stream. My fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody,
Yep.
and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field.
Because what's not, like, and Ethan doesn't cover this, but what is to stop Sony, specifically Sony or Microsoft or any of the big gaming companies, from coming, like, from seeing a large lawsuit about reaction content and go, there's a lot of people making money off playing our games and they're not really advertising our games, like, specifically, they're just playing them. We're gonna sue those people now.
Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very
The rest of
specific
you are child
high
by
bar
proxy.
of criteria that I set
Yep.
forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All 3 are on this list. In fact, they're the only 3, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video.
And the amount of people that are specifically accusing Ethan of suing these people because they're women is fucking retarded.
Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Casey Tron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
And okay, I am a cannabis user myself, okay? And I specifically like because I can't see what it looks like driving April's like, dude, you can't smoke so much on screen. People are gonna use it against you. And by fucking Christ, was he right? We're gonna watch Casey Tron in a second.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know.
Dude, mute yourself.
Dog, what do you look? You think I made
What
this?
the
Frogan,
fuck?
who, bless her soul, she's still rising.
Frogan.
Can I walk away and use the bathroom? Do I have permission? Can I use the bathroom, please?
No,
I'll
pee
leave
in
it
your
playing.
chair.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who
Didn't Bethesda try to charge streamers? I think they did. I think that was a plan, and there was such a big backlash that they decided not to.
known genocide his entire life.
What
And they were
happened?
fucking talking.
And Denim's the queen of self-owning. And my God, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped.
Oh, look! There's the clip I was talking about.
The hostages have public statements. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
He's just a kid with a gun. There's no proof he's a Houthi child soldier. He's just a random kid with a gun. That's so normal, guys. It's so fucking normal.
A soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
He never
Oh,
said
shit.
Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen,
Now for the fun part. Let's take a look at the complaints, and let's start with my favorite of the three, the very own, the prestigious, the highly acclaimed, the highly analytical Casey Tron.
Okay.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
Okay.
So we're gonna watch it.
Well, that's a really dumb
That's
thing to say, don't you think?
Very stupid. Again, not like I've never, even if it's been somebody that I dislike, I have never been like, hey guys, we're gonna watch this video and I want you to stick here to watch it because I don't want you guys to give that person views. Like, no, that is
Why
so
are you
stupid.
so comfortable? We've given each complaint a clever little title, and here's Casey Tron's. She smoked more than she spoke. Casey Tron smokes 42 times during her reaction.
Holy
and
shit.
just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking? And thinking there was no way that that could be true. Well, we tallied them up, and lo and behold, there's 15 minutes 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking.
No way. Again, as a marijuana user, as somebody that vapes, holy fuck, dude. Like, even before I stopped smoking on camera, that's a lot.
She spent 3 minutes and 15 seconds longer smoking than she did talking in her quote-unquote reaction. And whatever talking she did was just to express how confused she was, presumably from smoking 42 times.
Well, yeah, like, there is smoking to, like, calm down a little bit and take the edge off. There's, like, taking a puff or two off your vape during break time. And then there's, like, I can't put the, like, my little sister with her nicotine vape used to sleep with it. Used to literally just walk around with it in her shirt. Used to sleep with it. Like, this is what I'm imagining Casey Tron is with her marijuana vape.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
The complaint
Well, pay
continued.
attention.
Indeed, Casey Tron is often too obliterated to comment on the nuke, and instead stares blankly at her computer screen. In a span of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Casey Tron smokes marijuana, frequently in highly concentrated forms through vaporizers, on 42 separate occasions.
Jesus.
At one point, Casey Tron is so wasted that she states, quote, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I've lost the plot."
And I think in this clip, you're going to see that she's switching from a vape to a bong. And I'm like, what the... Why do you need both? Why do you need to have both ready to hand? Like, I thought I was somebody that smoked a lot of cannabis. Okay? It takes me, like, I don't know, I'm on day 4 of having my 1.2 gram vape cartridge, right? The way she smokes, she's got to be going through, like, a cartridge a day. And how much flour is she smoking, too? And she can't be making that much money on stream.
To give you an idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
I don't understand this bit that he's doing.
Every ding is her smoking.
Plot. To give you an
let's
idea,
see.
the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
1,
I
2,
don't understand this bit that
3,
he's doing.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
CPM's coming out of Qatar.
11,
You kids love
12,
anime, right?
13, 14,
He's read more
15,
books
16,
than you could ever
17,
imagine.
18,
What is
19,
happening? I'm trying to
20.
follow. I've lost the plot.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
42.
I know,
That's insane.
Dog, what do you look? You think I made
What the fuck?
This isn't a music video, Hassan.
And as dumb as all of that is, this is the part that really got her sued.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
Yeah, don't say that. You idiot. Why would you say that? That would be like me deciding to get my Braille display out and get a book like like one of the Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child books off Kindle and starting up a stream and going, "Hey guys, I'm gonna read this book from start to finish, and instead of you going and buying a copy, you should come and listen to me read it instead. And also subscribe to me and pay me and as I read it." Like, no, what the why would you say that?
Without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So we're gonna watch it. What the fuck is going on here?
Stating
what the
outright
fuck is
that
going
her
on
intention of doing
here?
this-
I'm so stoned because I'm literally the definition of a chronic.
so that people who don't want to support me can watch it through her is
And I
why
thought I was
copyright
bad.
infringement laws exist. You could not and should not do that, especially if your commentary consists of you taking bong loads. At least try to engage with the content. Well,
Yeah, like, even at my worst, when I was doing the streams where I was drinking a lot and grabbing my vape and shit, I would grab my vape maybe every 10 minutes or so. Like, she's got it probably in her hand the entire time she's streaming. Mine is sitting in the corner of my desk out of view of the camera. And I haven't touched it since I had my intro screen up. I took one hit and it has been 90 minutes. So get a grip, Casey Tron.
Whoa, what was that? Oh, sorry. That was a flying star. It almost got me. You know her and you love her, guys.
Frogan!
Reaction by exiting. Here she is getting up to leave the video running as she steps out of the room.
She's
Is that
giving Hassan a
transformative?
run for chair reaction.
I guess the judge will decide. She said, quote, "It's time to watch the new Nuke ethically." Hell yeah. Huh. Very...
How is any of this ethical? What, what the fuck? There's no interaction with the video. There's no pausing the video. I bet you when she puts her head, like, the other thing that I've done when I've walked away from a video being played, I've kept my earbuds in so I don't miss anything. These idiots just put their headphones down and just fuck off. And they come back and they're like, "What happened? I don't know. Oh my god. I'm so lost. This is so ethical, you guys."
Very smart to say on camera, by the way. She said, quote, "Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching
I
it
ran
with
across
me
a
when
guy
you are
whose every breath he took was basically through a vape. Jesus, dude.
so welcome, and I'm so
That's
glad that you were
nuts.
able to enjoy that day. Her commentary is so non-existent that even her own fans begin to call her out.
Do I have anything to say? Dude, because he's cycling the same fucking points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same fucking points for the whole first hour and 30 hour
I don't know what I'm saying. What the fuck? She's just looping on the word hour. And also, fucking, what did you just say?
So welcome, and I'm so glad.
points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same?
I don't know. If he's repeating himself, maybe point that out. That's commentary. Saying you're looping, move on. That's commentary. Like, don't just sit there and look stupid, and then when your fucking chat goes, "Why aren't you saying anything?" get mad at them. Like, holy shit.
Same fucking points for the whole first hour and 1 minute and 32 seconds.
I have specifically pointed out when doing reactions to people that they are looping. I've even skipped a couple of minutes ahead in a video because someone's been looping. It's called fucking commentary, dude.
It's been the same shit over and over again. this video could have been condensed into 20 fucking minutes. Like, what commentary do you want me to add by, like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, he's mentally ill, and he's
I have found that ethics now means unlawful or illegal or otherwise disruptive behavior. You're not wrong. You are not. It's either ethical or mostly peaceful. It's
to break down and uploaded it to fucking YouTube. Are you gonna make at least one good point? What do you want me to make a point on?
All of the things that you just said, you could have been commenting on if you found him to be repeating himself, like I just said.
Oh, I forgot. She also said, "Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing." You may use the bathroom, Frogan, although I don't advise it.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
Why would you do that? Like, fuck, make a be right back screen. Put up a like what Tectone said. Put up a fucking spinning seal or a spinning GIF or something. Put on some silly music and go pee. Like, why do you have to leave it playing, miss something that you could be reacting to, and, like, Jesus, this is bad.
And let me state the obvious. Jew and
apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happened?
Well, you just pause it. That's it. You just pause.
What? Wait, what happened? I was gone peeing. I have no idea, because I don't know what a pause button is, guys.
Pause the video, right? Like, you get up and you go to the bathroom, you just pause it. They should be watching for you.
Right.
But if you get up to go to the bathroom and they keep watching my video, they're clearly not watching for you, right?
No.
As lazy and pathetic as her reaction is, this is not why she's getting sued. This is.
Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. First time viewer, time to watch the nuke ethically? Hell yeah. I found my way from Reddit. Hi guys, welcome Reddit people.
Oh, I found my way from Reddit. I wonder what Reddit was doing other than brigading people and calling them to action to actively go and watch people who were not, what's the word? Fond of Ethan.
Reddit people, Reddit people. I came from the H3 Snark Reddit. Ethan is so pathetic while Hassan is in Japan. I'm bothered having a great time. Exactly. We're gonna watch it live, yes. He doesn't want people to know when it's dropping because we're all watching through other streamers. And I suggest you all watch it through other people as well.
It's the stated.
Oh my god. I suggest you all watch it through other people as well. What the fuck? No, that is not okay. And that is exactly why you're being sued.
Malicious intent to steal. They talk about watching ethically, but I learned not to steal when I was 5. Up next is Denims. And honestly, just take a look at this, guys. It's a nightmare on Denim Street. Not only did she chair react, but she was kind enough to write her name right at the top just so that we knew that she was stealing my content and it was her room and nobody else's.
That's funny. What an idiot. She just leaves her chair in the middle of the camera with her name at the top. Just in case anybody was unsure who this stream was.
Did you know that we're on Denim Street right now? Here's some quotes from Denims. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm gonna stream it. That is very explicit.
Denim
said,
blatant.
quote, well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, give me a follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like my content.
By the way, I am also on Kick now. I'm multi-streaming on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. So if you want to go check me out on Kick, you can do that.
Your content? The Queen of Self-Own included a countdown timer so we could tell exactly how long she was away.
And Nux did some deep diving into this. Denims puts up stream starting soon screen for like an hour and plays a video. And then shows up. So basically the first hour of her stream is blatant content theft with the stream is starting soon showing up.
After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then sits silently for another couple of minutes eating.
I'm gonna go pee, and hopefully, when I'm back, they're done with this.
I'm gonna go pee, and hopefully when I'm back, they're done with this. That's not a reaction. What? You're supposed to be there watching the video. What do you mean, hopefully they're done with this? What the fuck?
Yeah. You do look better.
Mr. 305. I see it.
Dude, you should do this.
I have an alternate.
We're relying on you to stay live so we don't get
No,
more
I've
views
heard
on
of
the
putting
nude.
lipstick on a
I'm gonna
pig,
stream
but
it.
never
Since you
blush
confirmed
on
it's
a
coming out
cow.
Today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it. You know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else.
The
If you
watch
enjoyed,
party?
Not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime. If you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here, because I'm gonna be honest,
Jesus.
I did not want to watch that by myself.
I didn't want to watch it by myself. I would have been traumatized by watching it by myself.
He also commercialized it by asking you to reward me financially for stealing his content. That is like chef kiss. By the way, Denims had a very successful stream. She had 43,000 people watching her live. Take a look at the title of her Twitch stream. Ethan Klein Hassan Content Nuke Watch Party. A watch party? I don't think that's fair use.
No, it's not. It's not. I like, even when I used to do YouTube movie watch parties and shit, I would stop, like, I would pause the movie sometimes and talk about what was going
Now,
on.
Denims, of course, always delivering the goods. She went on this dude's podcast to debate fair use. And would you be surprised if I told you she said a lot of incriminating things in that podcast?
I'm shocked.
The queen of self-own never disappoints.
I want to be clear on my opinion on like filler content and stuff. Like, I think filler content, like, you shouldn't do it. I know I do it as a reaction.
I know I
and
do
I try
it.
to do it only when I do it with like Vox videos or Vice videos and stuff like that, because at least I'm not like directly ripping from one content creator and not like a whole team and stuff.
Oh, yeah. First of all, that's a lie. And second of all, like, you should always pick videos that interest you. You shouldn't be doing filler content. Like, if you don't have anything else to talk about, you need to end the stream. Don't just steal from people.
And most of those videos have like 5 million views. I only get like 500 viewers. I'm taking maybe 50 views from the video. It's a lot harder to feel like, I guess, bad about that. Whereas like I would feel very bad about doing that to like a single content creator. The majority of people say that they literally wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless I was streaming. And it doesn't.
That's bullshit. That is. Who says that? I wouldn't watch Hell's Kitchen unless my favorite Denims chickie was streaming it. What the fuck? Like, that is dumb, because Hell's Kitchen is literally everywhere on you. The Gordon Ramsay YouTube channel uploads full episodes of kitchen nightmares and shit. Why do you need to go watch Denims and her chair?
And it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm reacting hard enough. You know, I'm sure if you click on a random part in the video, I might not be saying anything, sure, whatever. And I might walk away
Most
from the
of the
screen.
video.
But it's about like the communal thing. It's why like fucking Toast started streaming Death Note. It's not about the actual show at a certain point. It's the same reason you watch shows with your friends. You want to watch it with other people.
Do you fucking charge your friends to come to your house to watch shows? Because that's weird.
A lot of people go to watch streamers on Twitch for their React content almost as a curator. So they don't actually want to go through YouTube themselves and watch a bunch of videos, and they probably never will go through YouTube and click a bunch of videos. They like going to Twitch because they like to have it as like, this streamer is curating fun content that I want to watch.
Look, I'm
From
sure
the people that I've talked to, the people who watch Twitch content are specifically there to watch it so they don't have to scroll through YouTube and find a video they like. If someone watches content, I already said this, if someone watches content on someone else's stream, there is a very low likelihood that they're going to go watch it separately and give you the review or the like. Or the people who are watching
Chrome,
content on
stop.
Twitch, curated Twitch content on Twitch, aren't necessarily people that would be watching content on YouTube.
That, my friend, is called theft.
It is called theft. It absolutely is called theft, and she absolutely admitted to it. And she and Frogan and Casey Tron need to be punished for it. Okay. Theater mode. That's what we need. There we go.
And you're a thief. and
Yep.
now I'm suing you. This is just a testimony to how brazen and how safe they've,
Thank you
gotten.
for the follow.
That she thinks she can go out in public on video and say shit like, I'm stealing this content because I want to. I'm coping even though I know it's stealing. When people watch it with me, they're definitely not going to go watch the original. Like, you are way too comfortable committing crimes out in the open.
Like, there are some times that I will watch a video more than once because I'll watch somebody react to it, then I'll watch the whole thing without the reaction. Like, how is that not a thing that people do?
Well, there you have it. 3 separate lawsuits for 3 separate geniuses. Now, I want to make it clear again, and I hope it's been obvious about why I'm suing these 3 people and not others. These people not only violated all of the principles of fair use, they also did it maliciously.
Yeah.
And that's the part that really got me. I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, for the most part, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. And I would never sue someone for that. Take it to these 3 absolute morons to state their intention to steal my property on video. And to all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women, that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say. I don't care.
And that's the thing. He shouldn't care because they are actively stealing from him. And like he just said, he doesn't want to kill the reaction community. He like, if you're doing a good faith effort to react and add your opinion and add your context, then that is not the same at all as doing what Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron have been doing. It's absolutely not the same thing. And it's absolutely insane that people think that they're the same. All right. We're going to take a look here at a decoy voice video from yesterday called "The Feds Aren't Playing," because I want to take a break from talking about some content theft, and we're going to go and talk more about the insane protests. And I wanted to introduce the protest segment of the stream with the decoy voice video before we go and talk or listen to the video by somebody named Nathan Freeman, who was on the streets during one of the No Kings protests, and it was insane, and we're going to listen to that. But first, let's listen to this decoy voice video about what's going on. And I think this is from Portland.
Portland has allowed their city to be controlled by rioters. Portland has allowed their city to be controlled by rioters for years, but all that changed last night, as 5 days ago, protesters were tossing rocks into Portland's ICE facility. And even though the federal agents immediately backed off these rioters dressed in black bloc,
holy fuck. Arrest them!
It honestly looked like law enforcement was largely outnumbered.
Because they probably were. Like, this is, again, these people have no idea what they're protesting other than they hate authority.
So well into the night, they still vandalized the property, as police reinforcements assisted them in taking back their driveway, clashing with protesters pushing plastic container lids.
Your shield is upside! Your shield is upside! Your shield is upside! Your shield is upside! Your shield is upside!
Your shield is upside down?
Your shield is upside!
What the? What the fuck is happening? This is insane. How can anybody think this is okay?
with one social media caption stating, "This was DHS's fault for escalating."
Oh, yeah. It's DHS's fault for upholding the law.
And even though they were able to get some vehicles out of their driveway,
yes, shame, shame.
it appeared they still lost ground with the protesters.
What the?
As days
Why can't they just arrest these people? This will stop when you put these people in jail.
later, these activists still surrounded the building. These Portland protesters are deranged with what they think they should get away with, setting up shop, blocking a federal building while throwing rocks at their agents, then acting shocked when they come out and arrest some of them. But it shouldn't be too surprising, as places like Portland have simply allowed unemployed behavior to plague their cities whenever the Democrats don't get their way.
It's true. Portland has been at the epicenter of so many riots in the past 10 years. Every time something happens that the left doesn't like.
But they're about to learn real quick. Their local liberal DAs might be lenient when they misbehave, but they can't be saved when the charges are
federal.
As yesterday, Jonathan Cho from Cho Show, recording for Frontlines, which is Turning Point USA, documented the day's protests, where they again attempted to block the entrance to the ICE facility.
Yes, chanting peaceful protest while destroying things automatically makes it a peaceful protest, right? So if you go up and you commit homicide, if you go, "I'm not killing you," does that negate everything?
And as the feds watched the crowds grow outside, they surprisingly stayed well into the evening.
Will never be defeated. Dude, as soon as you get put in jail for this bullshit, you absolutely will be defeated. You will not continue.
So when the ICE agents eventually needed to exit, the crowd was again easily dispersed.
Oh, we don't have any audio.
Proving to the protesters at any given time they can be made to go away.
And yet, they are not being punished for this. Because this is not peaceful. Throwing things, barricading things, like, this is not a peaceful demonstration. Oh look, they're singing it again. Peaceful
As their shipping container
protest.
shields do nothing.
What are those? Those sound like pepper balls. Yeah, those definitely sound like,
So they let the Fed vehicles out, with a few of the protesters being arrested.
Why not all of them? Arrest all of them.
Somebody here. Oh, painful.
Wow. That's a lot of explosions.
As basically just a skeleton crew was willing to stick around after.
A skeleton crew of protesters. That's funny.
With the Department of Homeland Security putting out a statement saying 250 rioters launched fireworks and shined lasers in officers' eyes, as 5 were arrested on various charges, including assaults on federal officers.
Come on, you gotta do better than that. You can't just arrest 5. You've gotta make better arrests than that. There were 250 of them doing illegal things. You can't just take 5 of them.
There has been a 413% increase in attacks, but this will not deter them, and if you lay a hand on law enforcement, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Are you sure,
Which
though?
is great, as a local ABC affiliate stated. One teenager allegedly punched a federal officer in the head, where he now faces 20 years in federal prison.
Good! Where's his parents? They should be put in prison for letting him go.
And as harsh as it sounds, I hope he gets a full 20, as last week, and maybe even the last 5 years, has only shown the protesters that they can essentially get away with anything as long as they all
How to disperse a Portland protest? Free untainted fentanyl down the street.
the same masks and only riot on behalf of Democrat talking points. Then it went from marching in the streets, to light vandalism, to lighting cars on fire, looting local businesses, until it became hitting feds over the head. At some point in time, the pendulum had to swing back towards law and order, and nothing does that faster than dishing out long prison sentences. And it's not like they're just pinning it on someone innocent, because if this guy
The parents were also at the riot? Oh, probably.
was willing to hit law enforcement, I imagine they'd be willing to do something much worse to someone not armored and armed.
Yep.
And all for what? So these activists can stop ICE from arresting wanted criminals already convicted of child R when local idiots alerted him of the feds so he could escape?
What the fuck? What is wrong with you people? Just because he's... Wow. You guys want to let these kind of people go free just to spite ICE? What the fuck is wrong with you people?
But will
Here's a thought. First of all, here's something I bet. None of you people own anything.
incidents like this change the rioters' minds in disrupting these arrests? Absolutely not, because these types don't act on actual information, but the emotional manipulation fed by their liberal handlers. As over in LA, they're still protesting in the streets, just zero actual change and 0 jail time.
150 demonstrators were seen marching, climbing light
Lock
poles, holding
them
flags,
up.
setting off fireworks, and, as you can tell, obviously doing donuts. The protest lasted for about 6 hours until police ordered the crowd to disperse about midnight. No arrests were made, no injuries reported.
So what? No injuries were reported. Lock them the fuck up. They're destroying
Protests
things.
outside Dodger Stadium, angry that allegedly ICE agents entered their parking lot.
Oh no.
Anti-ICE protest erupting outside Dodger Stadium.
No, you can't have
Crowds
immigrant
holding signs and
enforcement
chanting.
in the stadium. That's a no-go zone.
We need them to come out here, get ICE up out of here.
When ICE was never even in that area, as these idiots got all worked up over nothing. Because of course law enforcement stages in the area. The stadium is on Academy Road. There's a police facility across the street, but that's an entirely different story that we gotta do a deep dive into next, as LA is about to get a whole lot worse, so make sure you subscribe for that.
This is nuts. Like, there's literally a police facility across the street that they're like, it's ICE! Ah! Jails are a wee bit full right now. You know what? I think we need to do what George Carlin suggested and empty out, what was it, Wyoming? And fence it off and just put all the criminals there.
Don't doom
So that's what I think. I think we need to just do what George Carlin suggested. Put everybody in Wyoming. Put all the bad people over there. Oh my god. This is and this is just gonna get worse and worse. There was speaking of protests, there was a hands off Iran protest. And it's like, what the Like, do you guys not understand what's going on here? Like, oh my goodness. It's crazy just how much stupidity is happening. It's nuts. I'm like, there are so many dumb people protesting this. Like, we're gonna look at the No Kings protesters now. This is from a guy called Nathan Freeman, and he went on the streets and interviewed No Kings protesters, and we are going to take a look at this. Broadcast the Hunger Games. Yes. 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 Broadcast it, like, televised, like the Hunger Games for prisoners. Yes, I like that idea. Televise that shit. Oh my god. Okay. I exposed No Kings protesters. You guys ready for this shit? You guys ready?
He doesn't care.
But they committed a crime.
No, they
Why are
did
you
not.
touching it?
They did not.
Who are you with?
I'm with America.
I'm with
Who
America.
am I with? So I'm asking you, who are you with?
Well, you're acting like a reporter with a...
I am a reporter.
Yeah, okay.
You want to see my press credentials?
I want to talk.
Wait, here's my press credentials.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so who are you with?
All right, guys, we are outside the biggest protest in modern-day American history, the No Kings protest. We're going to talk to some folks here and see what they really want.
I love the pins. Gays against guns, abortion excess, Harris Waltz, obviously. In the world of Putin's be a Zelensky, anti-dictator.
Interesting.
We're marching down to 26.
About the directions and everything. I was going to see who she works with.
We're showing the world what democracy looks like.
You're showing the world what democracy looks. No, you're showing the world what insanity looks like. If you see any trolls, do not take the bait. Yes, because internet trolls, they have this look about them. You can spot them automatically.
Peaceful protest.
Yeah, I don't know how peaceful this protest is, as this was one of many signs that I saw that were a direct threat to the United States president. Tell me what you're doing out here.
I became a citizen of this country 10 years back, right?
Okay.
At New York Public Library. Here I am, after 10 years, protesting against a goddamn whiny little bitch.
What the fuck? Okay. I'm protesting against a goddamn whiny little bitch. This is, you sound so sane right now, my friend.
Trump is a fat, whiny bitch. And I think he wants to be a powerful person because he's got a small little fucking dick.
You're supposed to kick the trolls.
I think I know exactly what these kind of people are because he's a weak pussy who's got all people who have no...
What? You did? No, I think he means it.
Self-control, anger issues. They've riled up people against. Look at the kind of people all get together here. This is a fucking America. It just not belongs to one group of people. It's for all of us.
How did he win? How did he become president?
Because people are scared. They are. They don't think.
What's
for
that
the
really
welfare of
awesome
others.
smell?
All they care about is themselves. It's very easy for people to be selfish, and it is very easy to scare people. It's happening all around the world. It is happening in India, where people are scared. You have a strong man. It's happening in Israel, where you have Netanyahu, who's a strong man. It's happening in Turkey, where Erdogan is a strong man. It is essentially people are scared.
And what are people scared of?
Themselves, first of all.
They're scared of themselves. They're scared of themselves, so therefore they voted in Trump to deport all the illegal people. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
They think their lives are bad. They are comparing themselves to others, and that's it. They're not happy with what they are.
Why did more
legal immigrants vote for Trump this time than ever before.
It's not, again, we are no different. Just because we are legal immigrant doesn't mean we can be scared.
No, see, Fury Kitten, these people don't understand that literal dictatorships do not allow protests. So they run around and cry dictator while exercising their freedom. It's really great.
Scared too.
Yeah.
And it is essentially is that we are as selfish as any other group. So what we said is that, okay, I've got mine. Why don't I push the others who are following me? We are...
What?
I have a belief about this guy.
Which guy?
I don't believe this guy, okay?
Okay.
I believe his student visa is about to expire and he must be sent home to India. I believe that is what is next.
The worst, actually, compared to others.
That's scary. The worst?
Yeah,
The
because
worst?
we don't care for others. We all care for immigrants. Yeah, a lot of us, we say that we made it, and this country belongs to us.
Immigrants?
So you have a problem with immigrants who got to the country legally and, you know, jumped through all the hoops, did all the paperwork. You think that it's selfish for them to be angry that illegal immigrants are coming in and reaping benefits that they worked their asses off to get. You think that's selfish?
Immigrants
You're
risk their
crazy.
lives to come here, like crossing the border.
Exactly. I mean, the point is that once you've made it yours, it's the same story. It happened to immigrants who came here who were Irish and Italians.
Yeah, they didn't just show up en masse without permission. They were processed through Ellis Island and other entry points. You idiot.
Once they got settled, they said, okay, now it is ours. We don't want to give it to anybody else. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
We are a selfish species.
So like the ones who are come here illegally and they're getting benefits in those migrant shelters, they're just in it for themselves.
They are in there for themselves, but we should protect them.
But we should protect. They're selfish too, but their selfishness is okay, and we should allow it and protect it.
We should take care of people, right? We should take care of each other, and that's all. We've got one life.
Yeah.
We've got one.
So we should keep having those migrant shelters. 'Cause I saw
Absolutely.
they're closing this summer.
That's again, we try to hurt people who are the most.
The politicians only care about themselves.
It's not just politicians. I'm sorry.
Like
it's
everybody.
No, it's not just politicians.
I think there's a reason there aren't any G7 summits in Toronto anymore. Well, yeah, because Toronto is a fucking cesspool and a danger zone for anybody that fucking... It would be a fucking terrorist wet dream if you held anything like that in Toronto.
Republican politicians. Let's not get carried away with this thing. There are two parties. One is a party of Nazis and fascists. The other party.
There's also a reason why we made Ottawa the capital of Canada. We saw a century ago, we were like, yeah, the U.S. is gonna try to invade, so we're gonna put Ottawa we're gonna put the capital way the fuck up here in Ottawa.
Not be all put together.
And Nazis, like, what do you mean by Nazis? Because
Hitler's fascists, people who want to use groups against each other, who feel that they can put one group of people in concentration camps.
Do you feel what the fuck? Want to kill Jews?
Yes. They want to kill Jews, they want to kill black people, they want to kill brown.
Can I just ask your credentials and what you're
Oh,
you're
my name is
representing?
Nate. I just have a YouTube channel.
Nate, so
Yeah.
we don't know what side Nate is on.
We don't know what side Nate is on. Holy shit! Holy shit! This guy is actually trying to do journalism, right? Just interview different people from from different ideologies and different viewpoints. You know, the way journalism used to be. And this dumb bitch comes up and goes, we don't know what side he's on. So, what the fuck? I wonder how many journalists get press passes now because of whose side they're on.
Let him.
I know, but
I don't care.
Just so you know, I'm with a group that is just pointing out that there are some folks here who will take words and
let
turn
them do it. I don't care.
Let's have a conversation.
I don't care.
I'm just saying, I get your.
I'm hunkering down for Canada Day. I'll walk 10 minutes and I'll be thrown in the fucking lake the way things are going right now. Yep.
I don't give a shit. Let them deport me. Who the fuck cares?
Folks here who will take words and
let
turn
them do it. I don't care.
Let's have a conversation.
Oh my god, she's trying to scare the Indian guy? Holy fuck. What? Be careful what you say, because we don't know whose side he's on and he might report you to ICE. What the fuck, lady?
Let them deport me. Who the fuck cares about these
people?
He's elite. What he said was he immigrated 10 years ago. So, unless he's unless he's on camera saying that he's an illegal immigrant, they can't deport him because he's there legally. What the fuck?
These are cunts who have no fucking balls and they will troll. Let them troll. I don't care. I don't give a shit.
I'm just giving you a fair warning, she
I
says.
know that.
I'm just giving you a fair warning as a white woman to a brown man that this other white man might try to do something not nasty to you.
Again, someone's saying that because mom works at swap meets in the Midwest, she'll be on a plane here by September.
That's fucking stupid. What did you cook that smells so good?
There's ham, and I've got mixed vegetables and noodles on the go.
Ah.
So you're going to have to let that video play while you come eat, right? That's what drink streamers do now?
No, fuck that.
Who is she with? Why is she not letting you talk?
I don't care about trolls like Charlie Kirk, Fuentes, and these fucking white-ass bitches. I don't give a shit about them.
And that's who you just might be speaking to.
Let them.
How can he be deported? He said he was there legally. Exactly. Like, what the fuck? Why would you be deported?
Get it? You know what? Trolls, fuck you. I don't give a shit.
You know, like, and now he's yelling and she's yelling and this is the craziest thing. I watched Nux Taku react to this partially, and I realized.
Because of the Abrego Garcia shithead.
Huh?
Because of Abrego Garcia.
Abrego Garcia. Oh, the guy who got sent to El Salvador.
The human trafficker who got caught with bodies in his van. Out of state, in a different place. You know, the guy that got sent to El Salvador, and then the Pennsylvania senator or whatever went down and had drinks with him, and then they brought him back and prosecuted him for human trafficking.
That guy. Yeah. That guy.
Can I ask who are you with? Can I ask who are you with?
Thank you.
Who are you with?
I'm with America.
I'm with America? What the fuck answer is that? He at least said, I'm Nate and I have a YouTube channel. She's just being a dumb, she is being more trolly than anything. I'm with America. Ha ha ha. See how smart I am? I'm with America.
But you asked me who am I with, so I'm asking you who are you with?
Well, you're acting like a reporter with a...
I am a reporter.
Yeah, okay.
You want to see my press credentials?
I am a reporter.
Hey,
in fact, I would say most YouTube people right now are better reporters than fucking reporters are that get $100,000 a year to sit in front of studio lights and shit. And you know what proved it? COVID. Because when they had to go home and do the news from home, they literally sounded like they all just went and bought a pair of Raycon everyday earbuds and was like, we'll just use the microphone on the Raycons. And so the news sounded like this for a year and a half because nobody knew how to fucking do audio and video from their home. And they all were like, because they were roboting all over the place. It was pathetic.
Press credentials.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so who are you with?
I'm
with
I'm representing myself, and I'm representing the folks at Rise and Resist who
the folks at Rise and Resist. That sounds like a insurrectionist type of thing.
Have been
okay,
trained
so Rise
to
and
be
Resist.
Marshals
How much do they
Wait.
pay?
The folks at Rise and Resist who have been trained
so Rise
to
and
be
Resist.
marshals
How much?
today.
How much?
Who have been trained to be marshals for today. Ooh, food. What's a marshal? Do you mean like a protest leader?
Should they pay you to wear this vest?
Absolutely nothing.
How much did they pay you to wear this vest? That's a good question.
So I did some digging, and the woman trying to stop my interview is named Karen Shaw.
Of course! Of course! Of fucking course! Her name is fucking Karen! Of course, the white lady who was trying to scare the Indian man about him possibly being deported even though he's a fucking legal immigrant is named Karen. Of course.
She is a professional protester. I found her at almost 100 different protests. Let's look at her portfolio, shall we? Here's her outside Trump Tower saying TikTok time's up.
Okay, so the lady named Karen, the lady, okay, really? You are not doing women named Karen any favors, my friend.
Here's her saying ban guns, not drag. Amazing.
Ew.
This is her telling us that lies have consequences. She is also very passionate about abortion. Even in the video right now, she's just wearing a hat that says abortion on it.
Yes, because that's sane. I'm sorry. Like, I will say I am pro-choice in certain circumstances. Like, you know, rape, or if the woman carries the baby to term, the woman will die. Right? Like, you can make more babies. You can't make more adult women to carry the babies. Right? So, like, if she's, like, ill and can't carry that particular fetus to term because she is ill, or she has been taken advantage of somehow, I believe there should be access to abortion. However, am I going to walk around wearing something that just has the word abortion on it? No, because that's crazy.
On it. This is deranged behavior, by the way. I studied psychology in college, and I'm confident that I can diagnose this person as insane. Sometimes she gets less creative, though, and just holds a sign that says enough. Now, here I found her working with a different professional protester that I've exposed. This is Stuart Waldman. He was there when they raised the Palestinian flag over City Hall in Rhode Island.
They did what now?
You?
Everyone knows me?
You are. They know what you do.
I know what you do as well, Stuart Waldman. You are on the board of riseandresist.org.
Oh, so this is a well-known protest entity. Interesting.
Company that is paying people like Karen for a second job as a professional protester. And the donation link to give you money is just ActBlue, which is the...
Oh, that's not fucking suspicious at all. Do you guys remember back in the 2015, 2016 days when Sargon of Akkad was less insane and covered things like By Any Means Necessary and Black Lives Matter? Do you remember who funded By Any Means Necessary? ActBlue.
The fundraising platform for the Democrat Party. That's who you are, Stuart Waldman. Now back to Karen. I found her with another professional protester that I've exposed. This was back at the Tesla protest. This is just a few photos of this other professional protester out of
what I do, event security, safety, and crisis.
It's clearly a very well-established industry, and Rise and Resist is just the tip of the iceberg.
They herd cats?
Yes, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Here's some more about Karen. I did find her Instagram where she just documents herself vandalizing New York City.
Oh, good. So this Karen lady's Instagram is and you know what's really unfortunate is
we only know one nice Karen too.
And that's yeah.
That's the worst part. We only know one Karen that's nice. She's wonderful.
She is wonderful.
She puts these chalk signs all over the place, like this one right outside the Trump Hotel. She also likes to flip off Cybertrucks and just post that on Instagram as well.
Just random Cybertrucks. She just flips them off. Because the truck itself has feelings, you know, and will be offended by the... What the fuck? What the fuck? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What What does she expect to hurt the truck's feelings? Does she not figure that most people that drive like Cybertruck, Tesla, like most EV drivers are like no.
Around here, most Tesla truck drivers are Indian.
And aren't people that drive electric vehicles more likely to be like left-leaning anyway? For the most part.
As well. If you just scroll through her profile on Instagram, it is the best case study for reopening the asylums that you can possibly make.
Yeah.
Now, Karen is the Associate Director of Development and Special Events at Lincoln Center Theater, which is devastating because Lincoln Center is a beautiful place that just got a little less beautiful after learning that piece of information.
I asked me how much do I wear this vest. I got
I'm
it.
not asking you. You seem passionate about it.
I'm not asking.
Cute.
Yeah.
No, fuck you.
Nazis and fucking right?
Oh my, he's very angry.
Let me just ask you, if Republicans want to kill Jews, why is Trump so with Israel? Like what?
That's a good question. Why is Trump allied with Israel? Why did Trump not disown his daughter for converting to Judaism and marrying a Jewish man? Why, yeah.
Israelis and Jews are not the same people.
Israelis and Jews are not the same people. Okay, that's retarded.
Daughter is Jewish.
His daughter is not Jewish. She's married to a Jewish man.
She converted to Judaism.
Who gives a shit? I'm an atheist. I don't give a shit about somebody being Jewish, Hindu, Muslim, or anything
what the
like that.
fuck is she doing?
Okay.
What song is that?
She's literally kazooing over the interview. What the fuck? There was an event in Toronto of bring your own weapon and see how long it takes to get to the center. What the fuck? Why are all Trump supporters or Trump's opponents squiggly wigglies or pally supporters? I don't know. Oh, to bring your own weapon to see how many hits it takes to get to the center of the Cybertruck. Oh.
Talk to me, man.
Yeah,
What's your fucking problem?
This is so.
What you're trying to? Yeah.
Filming?
No, yeah. Film me, man.
Yeah. This is amazing.
He's trying to talk to somebody else, and she's standing there, blowing a kazoo in the middle, like in the microphone. So that nobody can hear what either of them are saying.
What song is that? We're gonna put you on YouTube.
See, I can do it too.
It sounds good.
It sounds good, yeah. I'm so happy we're watching this. I think it's the 20th Century Fox theme. Ironically, it almost sounds like it at the end, doesn't it?
You're doing this for free. You're just this passionate about it.
She sounds like she's running out of breath already.
It's a mental illness, you know.
It really
what
is.
Can you do?
1 second.
Right here.
Thank you. And why do you want what's?
And these people are running around out of the asylums, and here I am, a very mentally ill person on medication, and I'm sitting here going, lock them away.
What's up? Why?
We're going to get back to this nice fan of the channel in just a second, and I cannot believe this video gets even more insane by the minute.
Oh, I bet it does.
You guys can see that this protest isn't all authentic, and that's because it is.
We're going to skip this.
A lot of these protests is the blind spot feed. It doesn't just. And now.
I would really like ground news. Ground news seems really cool. And how long until they start saying that only right-wingers play
and helping me to continue to
push
have
ground
security
news?
at these protests. And that's ground.news/Friedman. And now back to the protest.
Right here.
Thank you. And why do you want what's up? Why fuck me? Tell me. No, tell me. Let's talk, man.
Sure, because we believe in facts.
Okay, and I don't?
Yep.
How do I not believe in facts? Tell me. Give an example of one time I don't believe in facts.
So the reason that
Can you shut up? It's so annoying.
So
She literally does not want him to interview anybody. She's just blaring that stupid song.
Stephen Miller fired all the ICE people who were in, and he has a quota, which is what the Nazis did, and he just wants rounding them up. Round up three.
A quota. He has a quota, which is the same as the Nazis. Oh, okay. So there are a certain amount of illegal immigrants that they would like to have rounded up and deported within a certain amount of time. I guess everybody that has a quota is a Nazi.
3,000 people a day. Round them up. Round them up.
3,000 people a day. Is that even possible? Like, even if every federal ICE agent across the country was mobilized, could you really arrest and deport 3,000 people a day? Like, that does not sound like a real number. Like, I'm reminded of that sign that, do you remember the pig protesting sign, honey? That said that like 24,000 piglets were killed every day.
Yeah, by the slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you about that.
That's what this feels like.
Yeah.
It feels like
because mathematics doesn't work.
No.
Because they think each truck is stuffed like a fucking cartoon sardine can to the gills with 1,000 pigs per truck.
Yeah.
Rather than like 10 or what is it? I think there's like 30 per truck. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like it's not like the numbers that they think, and mathematically they don't seem to understand how little that actually is.
Yeah.
24,000 pigs. So that's you can't do that. 1,000 pigs a day cannot even be slaughtered or fathomed by even just by that one plant. If you really think about it, unless they're saying 24,000 pigs worldwide. Maybe. But even that doesn't make sense.
No.
Because a large portion of the world don't eat pigs because the pigs in what is it, like pigs in the Middle East are filled with parasites.
Right.
See again, gee, why does the Hadith and all this stuff say don't eat swine and it's in the Middle East? This is a whole thing of why I keep saying religious texts are just guidelines on how to not die.
Right. But what I'm saying is that 3,000, they want to deport 3,000 people a day.
Yeah.
It's way overinflated.
Actually, no, that's pretty accurate.
Really?
You can do it. 3,000 people a day is fine.
Why are you
They
pushing?
said 300,000 people a day.
They did not. They did not. No, they did not. They did. So that's the fact. That is not a fact.
They're not here illegally.
Yes. No, they're not. And being illegal is actually not.
Fly out of the U.S. each day.
Okay.
Right. Let me just look that up. How many people fly out of the U.S. each day? Keep talking.
Oh, see, I'm listening to this person who's
They did not.
saying that.
No, they did not. They did. So that's the fact. That is not a fact.
They're not here illegally.
Yes. No, they're not. And being illegal is actually
Being
not a crime.
illegal is not a crime.
Yes.
Then why is it called illegal?
Approximately 2.9 million airline passengers fly each day.
Wow.
Out of the U.S.
That's crazy.
Just out of the U.S. each day. So the idea of 3,000 people being deported each day would make sense, especially if you look at how many they have that are done. Like we were doing, what was Canada's deportation rate?
I can't believe she just said being illegal is not a crime. Like what? What?
The first half of 2023, we were doing 39 people a day.
That's it?
21 people a day, and well, yeah, but you have to think the migrant networks, right? We only had 15,000 people deported in 18 months from like 2021 during COVID. Right now, it's hard to come up with the numbers pre-COVID.
But we imported 1.5 million people.
And that was the refugee bullshit. Now, don't forget that also doesn't include the that also doesn't include the Kosovo refugees, for instance, the refugees that came to the country and they still haven't gone out, but there were refugee visas. So you don't know what their time frame is. For instance, I was just in downtown Kitchener, and there were right before Flag Day, there were probably 200 people lined up to do their citizenship swearing. Men, women, children. Am I supposed to scoff at them? No, those are the ones doing it legally. We have a higher legal importation rate than we do an illegal importation rate. But it's also the fact that we have a different numbers because the people that generally come in, it's harder to get into Canada illegally than it is to the States. Because again, volume. Not a lot of people. The reason we have so many illegals right now was the student scam that brought 2 million Indians. That was a lot of that 1.5 import number was from those people too. A portion of them. That's a huge number that's now like being deported. But if you still go to Waterloo, it still looks like Brampton there now.
That's nuts.
So that's just how it goes.
Illegally crossing a border, entering a country, or coming in of a port of entry has been illegal since before the United States existed. Exactly.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. No, it is
Yes,
not.
it is.
You don't know the
Yeah,
facts.
tell me.
No, it is not.
Okay.
So they're rounding up pregnant women, kids, people. Oh, they rounded up someone who had a They are rounding up people who are legally here.
They are rounding up people who are legally here. No, they're not. And if they are, it's because they've done something wrong.
Oh, they're going to talk about that. They made a few mistakes out of it. The woman who was on vacation in New York was detained for 8 hours before they clarified, she's on vacation.
A rapist. So those are the facts.
And then let her go.
Hold on, I'm missing.
Oh, you're supposed to be pausing when you do that there.
34 counts against him, and he is a rapist. But they had a misdemeanor. Do you know what a misdemeanor is?
Yeah, they made a
What
few
is
mistakes out of
No,
like 10
they didn't pay their parking ticket. But Donald Trump has 34 counts against him, and he is a rapist.
Donald Trump has 34 counts against him, and he is a rapist. No. He does not and is not.
A rapist. So those are the facts.
How is he a rapist? When was he a rapist? Be safe. I'm not.
You don't know when he was you don't watch the news.
You don't know when he was a rapist. You don't watch the news.
Wasn't he accused of being the rapist? Remember he was accused
When did he rape somebody?
He's here to don't feed
Yep.
the trolls.
How old am I? Guess.
Don't feed the trolls.
Don't feed the trolls.
Oh, here comes Karen again. Don't feed the trolls. She stopped kazooing long enough to say don't feed the trolls. Meanwhile, she's been kazooing, which is feeding the trolls, for like 10 minutes now.
You know, we're headed south like 50.
How old do you think I am?
Thank you. He means nothing. Thank you. He means nothing. Thank you. He means nothing.
What's pathetic?
Nothing.
How am I pathetic? Say why I'm pathetic.
Feed the trolls.
Are you?
Feed the trolls.
Do you wanna?
Don't feed the trolls. She just sung that.
Say why I'm pathetic.
Feed the trolls.
Are you?
Feed the trolls.
Do you wanna?
What did you heard what Mom said? Right?
Don't
when I was
feed
talking
the
to her
trolls.
the other day about these people.
About what?
About these insane women that are this woman, for instance, this Karen woman is about Mom's age.
That's true. They're all like in their 60s, but she just went, "Don't feed the trolls." Like she's.
Do you want to tell your boss that you're assigned to me today?
There she goes again.
Alright, so I had a feeling that although this woman is assigned to me for the day, I think I could outrun her, so that's what I did.
She doesn't have enough breath to run and to play the kazoo.
And while I outrun her, I want to tell you that the woman I just spoke to, who was just completely unhinged, touching my hand while she was being interviewed.
Why was she touching him? That's just weird. Like, why?
She's a therapist charging $150 a session.
A therapist? She's a oh my god.
If you don't agree with her on everything, I wouldn't
go to her. No.
And I guess that was her husband who was saying F you to me, and his only reason for saying it was that I was pathetic, no actual reason.
Sorry.
Oh, this is I like your hat. Make America Mexico again.
Right.
Make America Mexico again? Okay.
Can you tell me about it?
So I was in Mexico before he was elected the first time, and
Yeah.
She's another white lady, isn't she?
I like your hat. Make America Mexico
That's
again.
right.
Can you tell me about it?
So I was in Mexico before he was elected the first time.
I was down in Mexico or Mexico as the natives call it. Did you know that? Anyway, I was down in Mexico before he was elected the first time, and I just loved it there so much. And did you know that California was part of Mexico before the United States got it? So let's just give them the whole country.
And I bought this hat. And I've been saving it to wear because people don't always read your hat.
Yeah.
And they assume what's
Yeah.
on it. So
Yeah, you didn't seem like
Yeah.
a MAGA type, so I just...
Why do you think I did that? Why do you think I did the Mexico?
I'm a mama type.
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
mama type, right.
Cool. Can you tell the audience more about like when America was Mexico and stuff like that?
What are you filming this for?
My YouTube channel.
I love how they're like, what are you filming this for? I want to know whose side you're on.
Yeah.
You have a YouTube
I'm a
channel?
New Yorker, yeah, and I put this stuff on YouTube.
Okay. So when did I realize, when
Yeah.
did I become a devout anti-racist?
Yeah.
When did I become a devout anti-racist? Oh boy. So when did you become a blatant racist? Yes, please tell us.
Oh, I'd say probably about 25 years ago as a white person that, I just sort of glide through around here. But
Yeah.
everybody's an immigrant, even two of your wives, mister. And
What? Did she just tell him he had two what? But let's back that up a minute.
Oh, I'd say probably about 25 years ago as a white person that, I just sort of glide through around here. But
Yeah.
everybody's an immigrant, even two of your wives, mister. And your grandfather was an immigrant too, so.
Wait, two of his what? Two? I thought she just said she didn't know who he was. And asking him what he was filming for. And now she's like, two of your wives and your grandfather were immigrants. How do you know? Why are these people so insane?
His anger and his callousness.
Or
and
is she talking about Trump and just saying you as in like everybody that likes Trump is automatically Trump?
disregard for humanity. He has no humanity.
Thank you
And
very
so
much.
It takes away hope from people. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Welcome
when did
to
I
the
become
stream.
aware of it? So I would say like 20, 30 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
but I mean specifically about America being Mexico. Like,
Yeah, I mean Texas was Mexico. Parts of California was
Texas
Mexico.
was
I mean,
Mexico and
it
wasn't
indigenous
California
people lived here.
Mexico
That's who
and
lived
parts
here.
of Texas?
Indigenous people or enslaved people were forced to come here, but everybody else was an immigrant. So
Wait, indigenous people were forced to come here? Wait.
California was Mexico. I mean,
Yeah.
and it was indigenous people who lived here. That's
Yeah.
who lived here.
Yeah.
Indigenous people or enslaved people were forced to come here, but everybody else was an immigrant. So
Do you mean on like a technicality, like we should make Texas and California like back to
No.
Mexico, or more so just like
I'm
the
just
sentiment?
saying it's a sentiment.
Yeah.
If you're going to be so cruel to people,
Yeah.
you know, where do we go back and make reparations to people
Yeah.
instead of honoring the immigrants that have come from Mexico and
Definitely.
from all?
A lot of what do you mean instead of honoring, dude? Anybody that comes to a country legally and does things the way they should, gets, like, what do you mean honoring the immigrant? Why should anybody that just lives somewhere be honored? Like, that's dumb.
Also, we're South America, so
Yeah.
anyway, it's
Awesome.
it's a
You
state.
sound
More
so
than a-
fucking
more than
racist,
a-
lady. You're like, we gotta honor the noble South American and Mexican indigenous savages. That's what you sound like. You literally sound like the poor noble savage. They didn't know anything until they immigrated here, and we need to honor them. What the fuck?
I don't know. Maybe it should become Mexico again. because
Oh, yeah, maybe?
We're in a mess, aren't
Yeah,
we? We're
yeah,
in a mess.
yeah.
And here's my umbrella. You can take a picture of that.
Oh yeah.
Anybody
What is-
who
I was just
disagrees
saying-
with her is literally Trump. She has level 5 primary stage
Ice?
TDS.
It says, look, you can take a picture of that.
Oh yeah. What is it? Oh, does it say ice?
It says no ice.
No ice.
No ice. No immigration customs enforcement. None of that shit. Let's just have open borders. Everybody can trickle into the U.S. as they see fit. Do whatever they want.
No ice.
It's great.
Okay. Looks like it's heating up, so I'll see you later.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, this is a nice. What is this sign? What does it say? Is it in Hebrew?
Camp Kinderland.
Camp Kinderland.
Upside down, we need to flip it.
Camp Kinderland. Why do I know that name? Why do I know the name Camp Kinderland?
What is Camp Kinderland?
It's a progressive camp focusing on social justice.
Is it like what?
Oh yeah, it's the fucking camp for kids where they teach fucking what's it called? I heard of it. I've heard.
Camp Kinderland is a multicultural summer camp and community that honors our progressive, secular Jewish roots through our commitment. Yeah. Oh.
They're
ages 9 to 16, where they can be themselves, feel at ease, and work and play in an atmosphere of cooperation and trust.
So it's an indoctrination camp for left-leaning politics.
No, it's a Jewish labor. Jewish camp. Camp Kinderland is a multicultural summer camp and community that honors our progressive, secular Jewish roots. Through our commitment to economic, racial, and social justice, Kinderland's summer programming and year-round activities integrate progressive values with arts, recreation, and activists in a compassionate and caring environment. But it's run by Jews.
How can you be secular and Jewish?
Because that's secular because secular Jews exist. Yes, Hasidics. Hasidics are seculars.
But secularism is anti-religion. How can you be like, that's like saying I'm a secular Christian. What the fuck? You can't be both.
Okay, it's like a summer camp or something?
Summer camp.
Oh,
yeah.
summer camp. Okay.
It started off as Jewish, but
is
it's
it
not Jewish anymore.
Okay. Is it like for kids?
It's not
or
Jewish
adults?
anymore, she says.
Oh, kids. Okay. What does it mean for like what does social justice mean like for kids that are coming there?
Like for
Is Jewish by ethnicity or cultural heritage, but does not practice Judaism as a religion.
Okay, so they're ethnically Jewish.
Yeah, they're Jewish. They're Jewish during Hanukkah.
Gotcha. So it's like the Catholics who are Catholic at Christmas time.
Yeah.
Okay.
For example, they have the Summer Olympics. They pick teams focused on social justice, like labor workers, sanitation workers, women's rights.
Yeah.
And they learn the curriculum.
Do they talk about like politics like Trump and stuff as well?
Yeah.
Okay. What are the
They talk about, yeah, because when I want to go to summer camp, I want to talk about politics and social justice.
things that they say about Trump at the camp?
I'm not up there, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Who are you with?
I'm independent, yeah.
Who are you with?
Who are you with? I'm independent. Well, who are you with? Nobody! That's what independent means! Holy Christ!
My name's Nate. Alright, so yeah, here's her protesting for the judge that was harboring any illegal immigrants. Kind of what you would expect.
They are Jewish
as far as a
opposed to
summer
Jewish.
camp for social justice.
Hey, Lord
I
Famine.
wouldn't send your kids to that. I'm not a parent yet, but I'm protesting for the judge that was harboring any illegal immigrants. Kind of what you would expect. Here's her protesting for the judge that was harboring any illegal immigrants.
Oh, lovely.
Kind of what you would expect. As far as a summer camp for social justice, I wouldn't send your kids to that. I'm not a parent yet, but I feel like that's not a great idea.
No. If somebody goes, "Hey, blind press, would you like to send your kids to a social justice camp?" I'd be like, "Hey, go fuck yourself."
Should be a bipartisan thing that we should not involve kids into
No.
this. It's what do they have to do with it? Let them enjoy their lives.
I got a quick question for you guys. I have a YouTube channel, and I haven't heard of this website. Can you tell me about it? Sorry.
I don't have any information.
Oh, okay.
I don't have any information. Then why are you wearing things that have a website on it?
Ma'am, I got a quick question. I saw the back of your vest, and I was wondering what riseandresist.org is.
Sorry.
At the very start of the
Can't
protest, I
talk.
saw a guy with a giant F Trump flag. I feel like I just had to talk to him. Feel like he would be an interesting guy to talk to. So here that is, and you'll recognize their blue jacket in the back that I interviewed at the beginning of this video.
Yo, my man, I saw the flag. This is a big flag.
Yeah, it's actually getting heavy after a while.
You think? Who'd have thunk that a giant fuck Trump flag would start to get heavy?
Can you,
I can take turns.
do you have a message
Oh,
for
there's
Donald Trump on
there's
his
the
birthday?
Indian guy.
Fuck you.
Do you have a message for Donald Trump on his birthday?
Fuck you.
Oh yes, that's super edgy.
Okay, and tell me why. Tell me like why we hate Trump.
Because he's trying to dismantle our democracy. He doesn't
Ow.
understand that the full civil, the Constitution, the civil rights that we've been granted by the Constitution, the people that fought for that Constitution over the last 200 years.
He doesn't understand any of that? You sure? 'Cause, that's like German soldiers saying, "Hey, we have this nice camp you can send your kids to." Yeah.
And all those that are fighting every day to make sure that we can keep rights for our children.
Yeah. And for those who are out of the loop, how is he destroying our democracy?
Basically, he has cut through some of the Constitution.
He's basically,
protections that have been given to our democracy,
Ow.
that have been given to individuals, women. He's going after people without due process.
I'm sorry, the Biden administration was the one that kicked Roe v. Wade to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court was the one that put Roe v. Wade aside and put it back to the states during the Biden administration. And second of all, saying that men shouldn't play in women's sports is not fucking going against women.
Trying to have ICE put them into different holding detention centers, just like they have done in other. What am I looking for? In other,
I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, this is gonna get a lot of attention.
Who are we trying to
Do we love this bag or what?
Oh, fabulous. Now you're talking.
Love it. Yeah. Thank you. Great song.
This is crazy.
Do you believe that Trump is a king?
I believe he'd like to be. I
believe he'd like to be. No, he wouldn't.
believe he's going to subvert the Constitution again and try to find a way to run for that third term.
Well, technically, this was his running for his third term.
Vested love interest in the United States as much as he does in Trump and in money. And I don't think he actually cares for any single individual voter in this country. Yeah. I think he's just a scam artist.
Gotcha. I noticed your pin, ma'am. You have I have a quick question for you. Yeah, I'm asking some of the women out here who have pins like that. What do you say to the women who voted for Trump? Like 45% of women voted for Trump.
I think that they're just not thinking about what they're doing for their daughters.
I think that they're not thinking. Yes, because 45% of women are just gliding through life, just not thinking about what they're doing and who they're voting for.
Yeah.
You know,
that makes perfect sense.
Just screwing up our human rights.
Kind of lost. Yeah.
Okay, and now I want to just zoom out and show you the scope of this protest and just how large it is. Also,
Okay.
I'm cutting through the protest here. I'm trying to get to the front, but it's actually blending in with another street, and it was impossible to actually get to the front. I did meet some interesting people on the way, though.
Is there Air Force One?
Yeah, that's Air Force One. It's a Marie Antoinette preference.
Yeah.
Okay.
I ended up speaking with this guy who
Let
says
them
that
eat
he
cake.
stands with Iran. So, of course, this is going to be an interesting
He stands with Iran. Lovely.
Conversation.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Nate. I'm just impressed, and I see you have a different kind of sign. Can you tell me about it?
Sure. My sign says I stand with Iran. So we're with...
Wow, so he wishes to be a king and give up executive power and become a constitutional monarchy? Apparently.
The Veterans for Peace. We're against the war, the horror of killing innocent people in Palestine. And we've extended, Netanyahu's brought another lie and has extended this war.
This is what I'm talking about, like the anti-Semitic, fucking crazy-ass Alex Jones level right-wing talking points that Israel is lying about Hamas and lying about Iran and lying about like what the fuck?
They
we have
whole
intelligence
thing,
that shows that they're
peace
not.
Negotiations this whole time, and we and Israel have now unprovoked attacked Iran under the guise that they have a nuclear weapon. They've been talking about this for 25 years. It's been a lie for 25 years. IAEA has been there for all this time checking things out. They don't have a nuke. They never would want to nuke America ever.
Oh, bullshit. So those death to America, death to Israel, death to the UK, death to the infidels chants are all AI propaganda videos? Let me guess. Netanyahu's the guy who's actually posting AI Arma 3 fucking content to show that they're winning the war. And Iran is the one who's telling the truth, right? You fucking lunatic.
I've been to Iran.
And what about the supreme leader of Iran saying like death to America? Is that just like words?
Well, that's bullshit, and that's part of our propaganda.
Oh, okay. So the video footage of that is generated by Israel. That's interesting.
اینی که شما میگید مرگ در آمریکا این شعار نیست صرفاً این یک خط مشیه علتش هم همین است که گفتم.
So yeah, that's literally the supreme leader of Iran saying death to America, but apparently that's propaganda now.
Yes, it's actually an Israeli guy who's really good at speaking Arabic, and they put him in like stage makeup and shit to make him look like Khomeini, and it's actually a Jew that's saying all this stuff.
Now. He doesn't believe in death to America. He wants alliance with America. So we got to stop pushing those lies. They've been pleading for dialogue.
Oh, have they?
Also,
really? They've been pleading. Didn't Khomeini tweet battle to the last man or something like that?
Don't say death to Israel. What they say death to is apartheid and occupation of Palestine. That's what they have been fighting all these years. But
yes, because they are so caring about the people in Israel that they want to stop what's going on.
Around our propaganda saying they want to kill all Jews. Do you know that there are Jewish synagogues in Iran for hundreds of years? They are still there. People practice their
They never
Jewish
said
faith.
they had a nuke. They are seeking to build a nuke. What a fucktard. Exactly.
Really?
What percentage of Jews are there in Iran?
Not many right now. Yeah. And Israel really has done a good job with giving them a hard time in Iran.
Yes, Israel is giving all the small percentage of Jewish people that remain in Iran. I literally don't know why, other than the fact that maybe you're political prisoners at this point, you would be there. But yes, it's Israel that's causing those people the hardships that they're going through in Iran right now.
Israel says they
You
went
are
after
insane.
Iran largely because also they are funding Hamas and Hezbollah. Do you think that's true?
No.
Iran has been supportive of movements that try to stop the slaughter of innocent people.
What? 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 Where have Hamas and Hezbollah tried to stop the slaughter of innocent people? They literally put their supplies, their weapons depots in hospitals, so that when the Israelis take out the freaking weapons depot, Hamas can be like, do you see what they did to our poor civilians? What the fuck? What the fuck?
They do not supply. They didn't start Hamas. Israel started Hamas.
Israel started Hamas. I do not have enough intoxicants for this nonsense.
You got to know that, right?
How did Israel start Hamas?
They funded them. They wanted another faction to split up the PLO.
Yeah.
You got to know your history.
So one thing I was reading about the other day was that like there's footage of Hamas thanking Iran for funding.
There is.
Why would
probably bullshit? You gotta really.
It's probably bullshit. You don't even know, dude.
I hate to keep doing this, but the guy's lying every 3 seconds. So here you go.
ماديا وسياسيا
Oh, look.
وإعلاميا وشعبيا قدمتوه لنا شكرا لدعمكم الشعبي والرسمي وقد التقينا بالمسؤولين وسماحة القائد في إيران.
All right, you get the idea. The guy is literally thanking Iran on video.
Yeah.
And
But that's, according to this idiot in New York, that's just Israeli propaganda.
What can you do with these people?
It's probably bullshit.
I'm just not getting the right information. Well, I'm not getting the right information. What should I read? Like, what news source should I read for this?
Go to Iranian news sources in Iran. Go to Al Jazeera.
Go to Al Jazeera, the Qatar-funded news organization. Yes.
Go to Judge Napolitano interviews a number of CIA agents that know Jeffrey Sachs. He's another Jewish. We, by the way, Veterans for Peace here are led by a number of Jewish. The president of Veterans for Peace is Jewish. We've known about the lies for a long time.
So there are Jewish people that actually believe this shit? That's sad. That is really sad. That there are Jewish people that have actually fallen for this anti-Semitic bullshit. That is heartbreaking.
Yeah. So they've just been spreading lies constantly about Iran.
What do you think about the attacks on the response from Iran to hit Tel Aviv? Do you think that was the right thing to do?
Well, Israel purposely has put its command center. It's in the center of Tel Aviv. Their command center's in Tel Aviv. What are they supposed to do? This is real defense, right?
That's what they say about Hamas putting their military bases under civilians as well.
It's been proven to be wrong.
It has it? How has it been proven to be wrong? Where has anyone proven that it's wrong that Hamas is putting its bases and its weapons depots in civilian areas?
They've gone into every hospital. All the doctors said.
Okay, we're back. So here's inside Hamas tunnel base beneath a hospital. Okay, and it's from the IDF footage. Now, I don't know if I'm allowed to trust that, if I'm only allowed to trust Iranian media.
Yes, you must only go to Iranian
amazing
media.
Because if I cite something that Caroline Levitt said in their press conference, it's not reliable information. But it is reliable if Iran says something from their press conference.
Yes, that Iranian media. Yeah. Also, the same country who's literally posting AI-generated videos of fucking...
An F-35 the size of a 737?
Yeah.
I mean, these people hate America so much, it's pretty astounding. Anyway, I'm not even going to have you watch this. You can just go through it. This is just them literally giving a tour of it under the hospital. You get the idea. It's unbelievable.
What? No, they haven't shown us any evidence, but...
Airstrike means?
Exactly.
And the actual sheer engineering of dropping a nuke, a 30,000-pound fucking unguided bomb, into a hole, and then firing 2 more into that exact same fucking hole. That's just impressive.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole other thing of, if it wasn't so vital and secret and shit, why was it 600 feet underground?
Yeah.
In a hidden bunker.
And also, why were there 3 sites of that matter buried underground like that?
But yes, we heard that right from the start. All the high rises that were going down from
This is World War III for the 19th time.
2023, right after October, he said, oh yeah, Hamas is in there, Hamas is in there, Hamas is in there. Those are lies You're killing. It's called indiscriminate killing. That is a war crime.
They're killing civilians indiscriminately. They're doing war crimes. Oh my God.
Last question.
Israel.
There's a lot of misconceptions about
in
people like
Palestine.
you stand with Iran. Do you think that October 7th? Do you condemn October 7th?
Everyone condemns October.
Palestine is one little tiny block of areas rather than a massive fucking metropolis-sized city.
Yeah.
Same with the West Bank. They're fucking huge.
October 7th.
There's a lot of misconceptions
Everybody condemns October 7th. Not the people that you're supporting, my friend.
October 7th?
Everyone condemns October 7th. For God's sake, we're against killing of anyone.
You're against killing of anyone, are you? Well, then why are you defending Iran?
And Hamas, by the way, people should read up about Hamas. They have a political wing, they have a civil wing, then they have a military wing.
Yeah.
So
read up on Hamas. Read up on Hamas. They have a political wing. They have, oh my God.
The IDF, or the IOF as we say, the atrocities being, look, they cut out.
And that's the thing. That's like what people will say to you.
You can't go there right now.
Right. And what
Didn't
the other
they post
side
attacks
will say
that were
is
from
like,
a video game?
well,
Yes, they did.
Hamas is being funded by Iran, and October 7th was Hamas, and in which case that Hamas is not really. They're looking to kill innocent civilians.
No, it's not true.
No, it's not true. It's not true. He just keeps saying over and over again.
Hamas changed their whole dictum like 8 years ago. So people, Israel, pro-Israelis, keep repeating that Hamas wants to kill Jews and destroy.
They do want to kill Jews. They've said it. Oh my God.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
Oh look, there they are saying it right now.
Read their declaration. They changed it in 2017. They did say that because, frankly, they were tired of being put in a prison and having their people put in thousands.
Oh, so it's okay that they used to say that they wanted to kill the Jews, but they didn't. They changed it in 2017. But really, who could blame them? Because they were tired of being imprisoned. Well, maybe they shouldn't be terrorists.
Palestinians in prisons, tortured as well. So anyway, God bless you. Thank you. And
sir,
you know as a journalist that you're not allowed to step foot in West Bank and Gaza. You'll be shot and killed.
Yes, by the terrorists. Not the Israelis.
I know you support Israel.
I would be shot and killed by Hamas.
No, you wouldn't. They do not shoot.
This is insane.
They haven't. We know who shoots and kills journalists.
But they use journalists to shoot other people.
That's not true either.
Well, alrighty, we are back. So this is a man in a press uniform who is going to give his uniform to a Hamas soldier so that he can disguise himself as press. Take a look.
Oh,
And we
look!
see
Look
him
at that.
Just give him the uniform.
But it's not true that Hamas wears press vests and stuff to get through
Amazing.
security. No,
But that's not happening, right?
It's not
Why
true.
won't they release the hostages?
Look, how many hostages are left alive? It's amazing that they're still alive because they've been bombed for, 20 months now.
Oh my God. No, it's amazing they're still alive because Israel's been bombing them. It's amazing they're still alive because they've been imprisoned with a bunch of horrible people doing horrible things to them. What the fuck is wrong with these
Israel's
people?
been bombing and killed many of the hostages themselves. And how they're feeding them, I have no idea. Their own people are starving, and they're feeding hostages.
So they're being treated well.
I would like all. No, I wouldn't.
So I don't. I just want to know. So give back the hostages, is what you said.
Of course, I would like all hostages to be released. However, pro-Israelis, that's all they say.
However, pro-Israelis only focus on releasing the hostages. What?
They come up to and say, release the hostages. Talking about 12, 15, 20 people.
Oh, yeah, because who cares how many hostages there are? There shouldn't be any. There should be 0 hostages. Why are you going, oh, it's only 15 or 20 people. Oh, it doesn't matter. What the fuck?
Of course, my heart goes out to them.
No,
and
it
their families.
doesn't.
I want them released. Yes, do it now. But I've always said from the start, so you're going to release hostages, that will stop what's happening? No, it won't. It never was. From the start, we knew it wasn't about that. It's about taking over Palestine.
This is an interesting. I really appreciate you.
The guy, he's just like, I can't anymore. he's just like, I can't.
This is nice. Why do I see videos of Gaza as like, why do I see videos of Gaza looking like a pretty nice place before October 7th? And of course, after October 7th, it looks different.
That's a very good question.
Though, Israel was not bombing Gaza before, because they relinquished control in 2005.
Yeah, they did. They gave control of Gaza to Palestine in 2005, and until October 7th, there were no fucking Israeli bombs going in there.
They do something called mowing the lawn every couple of years.
Mowing the lawn?
Look it up. Okay. Mowing the lawn. Israel does these things where they go in and they basically kill a couple of thousand people and they do a lot of destruction.
Oh my God.
It's called mowing the lawn.
They do it like discreetly.
They do it not so discreetly because our media doesn't cover it. But we know it, those who pay attention. Those who pay attention
to, like, the crazy Alex Joneses of the world all know the truth.
The Palestinians, I haven't been in 22 years, but 22 years ago it sucked. Let me tell you, going through checkpoints, sucked.
Yeah.
It sucked. And I'm an American with white skin. Yeah. It was a lot, but the way they were talked to, the way grandfather and the grandchildren had to go through those checkpoints, it was really just inhumane.
Yes, it's inhumane. It's very inhumane that there are checkpoints in and out of a war zone. It's very inhumane. I just can't believe the inhumanity of it all. About everything that's, you know, just going through checkpoints and dealing with security. Oh my God. Now, real quick, we're going to look at a quick video about from the Fat Electrician.
Just a reminder for everybody.
Just a quick reminder. What do you want, Ninja? Let me just get to my... Where are we? Where are we here? Which video is it? The one from Nick? The Twitter video?
What?
The Twitter video?
No, up one.
Oh. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a little bit of a reminder for everybody
Of the proportional response.
of what happens the last time Iran fucked around with the United States.
Well, they touched the boats.
They touched the boats, and you never touch America's boats. It's just you just don't do that.
Yes, the time that the U.S. Navy got upset and destroyed half of Iran's entire naval fleet in a single 8-hour workday. Today we're talking about Operation Praying Mantis. But real quick, this video is sponsored by Zydax Custom Gaming PCs. They are all built right here in America with American-based tech support and a lifetime warranty. It's the computer that I use and the one that I would recommend. I'll have them linked down below if you want to check them out. Let's get to this video.
All right.
Important background info. 1980, Iraq decided to invade Iran. Why? Don't really care.
Why? Don't really care. Not my issue.
To the story. However, at the end of that war, Iran decides, hey, we're going to pull a page out of the old Art of War by Sun Tzu. We're going to cut off the enemy supply lines, deprive the enemy of nice things. It's going to work out great. Iraq's got a weak navy. We're going to wipe out their navy, and then every time they send out an oil tanker through the Persian Gulf, we're going to blow that up. So
So that's a fair strategy, you know, take out their supply lines, take out their oil tankers.
Oh, they can't sell any liquid dinosaur. They can't make any money. They
can't
broke,
sell any
win the
liquid
war.
dinosaur.
Hooray! It's a solid plan. So
I like the way that Nick brings, like, kind of makes these historical videos, because he's just so fucking deadpan with this shit.
They do exactly that. Then Kuwait comes out of left field and they're like, hey, we've been financially backing Iraq through this entire war for the past 7 years. We need to make sure they win so we can get our money back. So we're going to go ahead and let Iraq use our oil tankers to export oil.
So Kuwait's trying to help Iraq so that, because they think that Iran won't blow up their oil tankers.
So Iran is like, well, that's an easy problem to solve. I'll just blow up all the Kuwaiti oil tankers as well,
go.
Which is exactly what they do. But here's the catch. Kuwait at this point in time is like the one major exporter of oil that wasn't really part of OPEC, meaning that they were selling oil on the global market significantly cheaper than everybody else.
Which means that really nobody wants Kuwait to get fucked with.
Driving down the entire oil market. And now that their oil tankers are getting blown up as well, it means that Kuwait can no longer sell oil on the cheap, meaning that Iran has now inadvertently committed the cardinal sin of the late 20th century, raising gas prices.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't raise gas prices. Nobody will like you.
Now the entire Western world looks over at the Persian Gulf like, the fuck? The ghost of Sun Tzu's sitting there shaking his head like, that's the one exception. I would have messed with any supply line except for that one, because...
Yeah. Sun Tzu is in his grave going, that is not what I meant.
We all know what happens next. Yeah, America then proceeds to assemble the largest naval convoy operation since World War II, send them into the Persian Gulf to protect Kuwaiti oil tankers.
Because they're stepping up to help, because Kuwait is selling oil on a global scale, and they don't, and the world does not want the gas prices to go up, so of course America's going to be like, hey, Kuwait will help out.
It is at this moment that Iran should have been like, well, that's unfortunate, time to figure out plan B, because this obviously is not going to work out. However, they decide that they're going to double down. What they're going to do is they're going to take a bunch of magnetic underwater mines, and they're just going to spread them out all over the Persian Gulf in international waters.
That seems like a really stupid thing to do, Iran.
That's not going to have any consequences at all. So fast forward, April 14th, 1988, the USS Samuel B. Roberts, a guided missile frigate, which is basically brand new at this point, this is like its first big operation, is out there escorting a Kuwaiti oil tanker, and it runs into a minefield, hits a mine, blows up the keel of the ship. The keel
that's a problem.
is this bottom part right here. It like supports and stabilizes the structure of the entire ship, and it gets blown completely in half. At this point, the only thing holding this boat together is the actual deck.
Holy fuck. That has to be absolutely terrifying if you are serving on that ship.
1 second, everything's fine. The next second, there's a 15-foot wide hole in the bottom of your ship. Everything's on fire, and water is rushing in.
That is like two of the worst things that can happen to a ship at the same time. A fire and flooding.
USS Samuel B. Roberts took on half of its weight in water in the first minute. This
God
is a catastrophic
damn.
amount of damage that would sink 99% of ships, but as fate would have it, the crew of the USS Samuel B. Roberts had already been winning competitions for having the best damage control crew in the Navy. So the entire
good
crew
for them.
goes to work. They're putting out fires. They're plugging holes.
Go damage control
They're
team.
literally cinching the hull together with steel cables, trying to stabilize it, because the only thing holding it together is a deck at this point.
So they're tying the ship together. They're cabling the ship together at this point. This is nuts.
Over the course of the next 5 hours,
I have a feeling that the Americans are not impressed.
And somehow manages to get the situation under control and limp the ship all the way back to Dubai, where they can get it to a port.
Holy
The
shit.
most incredible part of all of it, not a single American was killed. Only 10 men were injured during the fire and the initial explosion.
That is amazing. That is well done, team.
So the crew survived. The boat's basically completely destroyed. Then America sends in an underwater crew, figure out what happened. They find the remnants of the mine. They check out the other mines. Yep, they're Iranian. At this point, now somebody has to inform the president, because this is a big deal. And the president at this point in time is, let me check my notes, fucking Ronald Reagan.
So it's almost like the two presidents that were like not freaking politicians before they became presidents seem to be the most fucking based people. We have Ronald Reagan, who doesn't want anybody Iran fucking with shit. Now we have Donald Trump, who's like, no, Iran cannot have nukes. Kaboom.
And all the other presidents were draft dodgers. Right?
Yeah.
I'm from the government, and I'm...
Every president since I think Reagan were all deferred enlistment programs.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Not a single one of them served during wartime.
here to help.
So they go ahead and they brief Ronald Reagan on everything that happened. He's super happy that everybody survived, and he's like, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to issue a proportional response.
You know the whole cocaine joke from Family Guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing. That's actually kind of true.
We're gonna provide a proportional response, says Ronald Reagan. Okay.
What the U.S. Navy heard was... Alright, so here's the plan. Iran currently has 3 oil rigs in the Persian Gulf that are not being used for drilling oil, but as military bases for their naval operations.
Okay.
So, the U.S. Navy is gonna go ahead and take out all 3 of those. Now...
Okay, so they're gonna take... They're gonna take out the oil rigs that are military
I don't really know
bases.
what the guided missile frigate to oil rig exchange ratio is, but we're gonna go ahead and err on the side of caution and say that it's not quite proportional enough yet. So Iran also really only has like 2 modern naval vessels. That's the Iranian frigate Sahand and the Iranian frigate Sabatland.
So they only have 2 modern ships, and they're frigates.
They're going to go ahead and take out at least one of those, maybe both. We'll see how proportional they want to get. And then by the time they get all that done, that should be a nice 8-hour work day. It'll be time to clock out and go get some ice cream. So in order to get all this done by quitting time, they're going to go ahead and establish 3 different surface attack groups. Each group is going to have 2
wire and duct
destroyers
tape.
and 1 bonus ship. That bonus ship is either going to be an amphibious landing ship or a frigate. Either way, they're all going to be identified as Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. Bravo group is tasked with taking out 2 oil rigs. Charlie group is tasked with taking out the 1 remaining oil rig. And Delta's mission is to go hunt down those 2 frigates and take them out. And then...
Okay, so this seems like a very easy operation. Sounds straightforward enough.
Just for insurance purposes, we're also going to have the USS Enterprise parked right outside the Persian Gulf to provide air support, you know, in case we need it.
Yay,
so,
Enterprise!
1988, 4 days after the mining of the USS Samuel B. Roberts, Operation Praying Mantis goes into full swing, and Bravo Group shows up at their oil rig first. At which point, they radio over to the oil rig and inform them that they will be blowing it up in 5 minutes and that they should all leave.
Everybody get off the oil rig unless you want to become fish food.
So, a bunch of people start leaving. They hop in tugboats and take off. Bravo Group, seeing that they're making an honest effort to actually evacuate, agrees to give them 15 more minutes. So, fast forward 20 minutes later, they send out another radio message, hey, time's up. They then fire the 5-inch guns right over the top of the oil rig with the rounds set to airburst, hopefully scaring off any stragglers.
Like I said, you better go unless you want to become food for
fish. And it is at this point that some Iranian military member decides that he is going to audition to be the main character of this story because he hops on a 23mm anti-aircraft gun and opens fire on Bravo Group.
Oh, that just doesn't sound very intelligent at all. You should have just left.
And without skipping a beat, one of the 5-inch guns on one of the destroyers just goes, poof, and just fucking direct hit smokes this dude.
just took him out.
Barely
just
touches the rest of the oil rig. This guy, definitely not the main character, but the silver lining, he at least made it into the credits as Baloney Missed Cloud number 1. Now, I'm paraphrasing here, but at this point, Bravo Group radios over to the oil rig one last time, something along the lines of, hey, does anybody else need to find out what it's like to chew 5 gum, or are you fuckers ready to quit?
Oh my god, Nick. It's awesome.
Oil rig finally radios back and is like, yeah, please cease fire, we're gonna leave. So all the Iranian military members leave. Bravo Group decides to open up on it for a little bit with the 5-inch guns before sending over a couple of Hueys full of Marines. The Marines hop out, place some demo charges, hop back on the helicopters, take off. The entire oil rig blows up, and already things are getting more proportional.
There you go. Lots of proportional responding.
And while all that was happening, Charlie Group made it to their first oil rig as well, and pretty much the exact same thing played out. The only differences were Charlie Group didn't have Marines to place the demo charges, they had Navy SEALs, and when the Iranians opened up with the 23mm anti-aircraft guns, they just decided to keep firing 5-inch shells at the oil platform until it burst into flames and burnt the entire thing to the
ground.
Well, that'll do it. Just set the fucking thing on fire, and it'll take care of itself.
At which point, the commander of the destroyer kind of looks over at the Navy SEALs and is like, "Sorry, I guess you guys get to sit this one out."
We brought you all the way out here, and you don't have anything to do.
Mission got canceled? Good. And while all that's going down, Bravo Group's already making their way over to the third oil rig, at which point they pick up something on radar, and it's definitely another enemy ship headed right towards them. And at this point, you have to remember, this is the late 1980s. None of the American sailors have seen naval warfare on this scale. The pucker factor is on. They are getting harpoon missiles ready, and they are about to get in, like, one of the biggest naval fights since World War II.
Yeah, that is true. Like, since World War II, their Navy fights were kind of on the down.
At which point, whoever's in charge of Bravo Group decides to take a deep breath, and they're like, okay, let's send up a helicopter real quick just to verify that it's actually an enemy ship. So the helicopter goes up, radios back to Bravo Group. It's definitely a warship, but it's a Soviet destroyer. At which point, everybody's like, what? What is happening right now? So they radio over to this Russian destroyer, and they're like, what are your intentions?
Yeah.
And the Russian commander radios back in broken English. I swear to God, this is a real quote. I'm just here to take pictures.
I'm just here to take pictures? What the fuck? Yes, I am just here to take picture of big fight.
For history. Look, I know that I bash on the Soviet Union and communism every single chance I get, but this time around, I gotta give it to them. These guys know how to party. Just straight up rolling into the middle of the largest naval operation since World War II to eat popcorn and watch. It's incredible. At this point, Iran finally figures out that there's something going on, but they don't really know what, so they just begin attacking any ship they can find.
Oh, that's
and the
smart.
first ship they found was a civilian cargo ship called the Buyy Tide.
Yes, let's attack anything that we see. Let's just do the wild, wild west first. Shoot first, ask questions later.
They begin attacking with boghammer-style speedboats. So the Buyy Tide radios for help. The USS Enterprise responds by sending up a bunch of A-6 intruders, as well as F-14 Tomcats. The A-6 intruders show up, start dropping cluster bombs. They end up hitting one of the speedboats and scattering the rest. The civilian cargo ship is saved. Hooray! Cutting back to Charlie Group. Now there's an Iranian fast attack ship coming right at them. So they radio over like, hey, yeah, we're kind of going around blowing up all your stuff, but also we've got a very specific list. You're not on it, so how about you just go away?
Yeah, how about if you wish to you know, wake up tomorrow, you just F off and let us take care of our hit list.
We'll forget we saw you. The Iranian fast attack ship messages back, sounds good, we'll do that. And then they just keep driving right towards them. And then this Iranian fast attack ship gets within like 15 miles of Charlie Group, which is like point blank range for a naval battle. Charlie Group radios again, dude, what are you doing? To which they respond, I'm following orders. And then they proceed to lock their radar
orders. That's always something you want to hear. I'm just following orders. Oh boy.
Charlie Group, which Charlie Group can see. At which point Charlie Group immediately launches 5 missiles directly at the Iranian vessel. The Iranian vessel fires a harpoon missile back at Charlie Group. Both groups now have missiles in the air screaming towards one another. The Americans launch countermeasures, shooting up chaff rockets that end up catching the harpoon missile, detonating it in midair. The Iranian vessel, on the other hand, did not have any countermeasures capable of stopping the newer technology behind the American missiles.
Well, that's a problem.
And it would end up getting sunk pretty much immediately.
They warned them. They literally warned them. They said, go away.
Then, before anybody can really even fully digest what just happened, radar picks up 3 Iranian F-4s screaming towards Charlie Group. Charlie Group then turns, fires a bunch of surface-to-air missiles at the F-4s. The F-4s see them coming. They're like, oh shit. They pop a U-turn and try to outrun them. F-4s, while they're extremely fast, can't outrun missiles, so one of the missiles ends up blowing a wing off one of the F-4s. Now America has taken out an entire naval vessel and an F-4 that they did not plan on taking out.
Well, they didn't. It's not like they went around and did it without warrant.
And it's throwing off all of our proportions. And because of that, American leadership orders Bravo Group to stand down. We're not going to go take out that third oil rig. And right as soon as that order gets given out, Delta Group chimes in and is like, hey, we found that frigate we were looking for. So now nobody knows what to do, because on one hand, things are already getting out of control, but on the other hand, we really want to take out these frigates. So American leadership decides, well, we might not even have to make a hard decision. Maybe that's not even the frigate and the radar's wrong. Why don't you go ahead and send a couple A6 intruders over, do a flyby. They can verify that it's actually this new modern frigate, and if it is, we'll make a decision from there.
Go check out and make sure it's the right ship, and then we'll decide whether to be proportional from there.
Or so they thought, because the A6 pilots are about to decide that they are, in fact, the main characters of the story. You see, the USS Enterprise and its aircraft aren't really supposed to be doing a whole lot. They're more or less just there for insurance.
They're
in
just
fact,
bodyguards.
They're only allowed to engage the enemy under one of two conditions. One, the President of the United States signs off on it, which is actually what happened with the speedboats earlier. Or two, they get fired upon first.
Okay, well that makes sense. If you get fired upon first, then you should be allowed to defend yourself.
So they got told to go fly by this boat to verify that it is in fact the new modern frigate, but they didn't get told how to fly by the boat, so they drop down 50 feet above the water and just gun it, and they buzz the entire ship.
That's ballsy as fuck.
So the ship opens
Just
fire with
buzz
the AA
the
guns,
ship.
but these planes are so low to the water, the AA guns can't actually aim down low enough, so all the anti-aircraft fire goes right over the top of them. They continue to stay low enough till they get out of anti-aircraft
Well, they've been fired
range,
upon now.
and then they pull up, at which point the ship launches a bunch of surface-to-air missiles at them. They drop chaff as a countermeasure, takes care of those, no big deal.
They've now been fired upon. They can return fire.
They then go around, do a U-turn, send a radio message to this frigate, "I'm going to sink you now." Which they can now legally do, because remember, the ship fired on them first.
Yep.
Victim to one of the classic blunders.
So the A6 fires an anti-ship harpoon missile, and the second they pull the trigger on that, the fire control team from the USS Enterprise is like, "What the fuck are you doing? We're not supposed to be killing things yet."
What are you doing? Why are you blowing things up? You were just supposed to be recon.
And the A6s are like, "Look, they fired at us first. Them's the rules." And the USS Enterprise is like, "Holy shit, okay, I guess. Let them
It's like, God damn it, fine."
have it." Then the harpoon missile finally makes impact. It's a bullseye. The A6s do a U-turn, go, drop another 500-pound laser-guided bomb right through the deck of this frigate, fly past it, do another U-turn, come back, drop a 1,000-pound bomb on it. Then they
I
radio
think
over
the ship is going to sink, boys. I don't think you need to fucking put any more missiles on it.
Enterprise and like, yeah, it's definitely going to sink. We're going to head back. So the A6s take off, headed back to the Enterprise, and like 5 minutes later, Delta Group shows up with their warships and begin firing on the already sinking frigate.
Just to make sure it's gonna go down.
They hit the magazine, the frigate explodes, rapidly sinks to the ocean floor. At this point, naval leadership is like, "Okay, Jesus Christ, everybody stop killing things. We
Okay, calm down. Everybody stop firing their missiles now.
Need to figure out what all happened. We gotta keep this proportional, remember." So they start radioing back and forth. Everybody's figuring out what everybody did, if anybody's hurt, what's going on, the whole story. And then as the A6s are making their way back to the USS Enterprise, guess what they happen to fly past?
The other frigate.
The other modern frigate. So now the entire U.S. Navy's looking at this last frigate like SpongeBob looking at a jug of water.
I don't need it.
I don't need it. I need it! Oh, I remember that SpongeBob.
But also, like, realistically speaking, the A6s are pretty much out of ammunition. The only thing they have left are 2,000-pound bombs, and those just aren't going to be enough by themselves without a harpoon missile to take down this ship anyways, so they really are just going to fly by and verify that it's the modern frigate. So the A6 intruders go ahead, they do their flyby. It is in fact the new frigate that they thought it was, and it does in fact open fire on the A6s.
Well, there you go. So now the Enterprise can take it out.
A6s make it out completely unscathed, at which point they pop a U-turn, and one of the A6 pilots is like,
Is the bullseye womp rats in 1916.
So the A6 pulls up, gaining altitude, and then dives down, aims its nose right at the frigate at like a 35-degree angle. They're doing a good old-fashioned dive bomb.
Dive bombing the frigate, one pilot.
Like it's fucking World War II. The AA guns start firing, there's bullets whizzing past the plane, but they're committed now. They're They're closing in, closing in. The bombardier behind the pilot lets the pilot know, hey, I'm locked on. At which point, bomb's away, the pilot pulls up, and the bomb goes right down the fucking smokestack of this boat.
Oh my god, that's perfect. Right down the smokestack of the ship. There's no... Oh my god.
Goes up, completely destroying the entire engine room. That frigate is now dead in the water with no power. The A6s go ahead and radio in that they have completely disabled this frigate, at which point the American leadership calls a complete ceasefire. They're going to go ahead and let that frigate survive, get towed off, potentially be repaired.
The American leadership is like, okay, we have made our point. Please stop firing upon things now. Hey, they gotta get a little high-fire target practice in.
With the U.S. Navy having effectively disabled or destroyed over half of Iran's functioning navy, the U.S. military decides to call it a good day, ends Operation Praying Mantis. We all get to live happily ever after. Except later that night, Iran decided that they wanted to fight a little bit more, and they launched a bunch of Silkworm anti-ship missiles at American vessels.
Well, that's just stupid. They literally just took out half your navy. And you're like, I know. Let's fire some more things at them.
Luckily, no American vessels were actually hit. However, this is now a huge political problem because America has been mad at the fact that Iran even had Silkworm missiles for years at this point, and the American government has made it very clear to Iran that if they ever used them, they would be going to war with America. Period. That's set in stone.
So fucking since the 80s, they've been doing things they're not supposed to be doing. First it was the Silkworm missiles, now it's nuclear weapons.
So the Reagan administration, not wanting to kick off World War III in the 1980s, reaches out to the...
Honey, between then and now, yeah, there's a whole spectrum of crap in between.
But poor Iran.
Yeah.
They didn't do nothing.
Iranian government and is like, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go ahead and admit that that was an accident. I'm going to sweep...
Yeah, no, the Khomeini didn't literally turn off the entire internet for Iran last weekend to keep people from speaking out against him.
But under the rug, and we're never going to talk about it again, because if this makes headline news and the American people find out, I'm going to have to get real proportional around here. So Iran's like, okay, fine, whatever, it was an accident, let's sweep that whole thing under the rug, but I am still going to take America to international court to try to prove that it was a war crime to take out my oil rigs, that way I can get reparations and make America pay for it. So they go to international court, they lay out the case. The international court is looking at America like, okay, well, first of all, you're the fraction people. I don't know how you think that this is proportional, but it definitely wasn't. Second of all, according to the Amity Act, you absolutely should not have attacked their oil rigs. This is probably a war crime.
Whoopsies, America.
At which point the representative for America is like, well, actually, if you read the Amity Treaty between Iran and the United States, it only talks about ships and boats. It don't say shit about oil rigs, meaning...
Oh, well, there's the loophole.
I wasn't obligated to not attack those oil rigs. At which point the court is like...
Fuck.
Hold on.
Fuck. They're like, God damn it. He's right. It doesn't specify oil rigs. It just specifies ships and boats. Fuck.
He's right, son of a bitch. Okay, well, I guess...
Not a war crime.
America's innocent, because I've said it once and I'll say it again. It's never a war crime the first time. And now for the best part of the entire story.
That's what Nick
America
just
now
said.
proceeds to go over to Dubai, pick up what's left of the USS Samuel B. Roberts, tow it all the way back to Maine, then take the ship out of the water, get it in dry dock, cut out the entire damaged section of the ship, including the engine compartment, build another module to fit in its place. This thing weighs like 300 tons. They jack it up, weld it right where it's at, get everything rehooked up, reconnected. This boat is back out on the ocean 1 year later on April 1st, 1989. It then goes on to get recommissioned and serves in the Navy until 2015. I mean, playing Battleship against America's gotta suck, right? Like, haha, I've sunk your frigate. And America's like, first of all, no you didn't. Second of all, fuck your entire Navy as it picks up your board and just throws it at the wall.
Yeah, America just completely just threw the chessboard across the room. It's that's literally what they did. They just took the chessboard, picked it up, and was like, no! No! Oh my god. That's just insane. Oh my goodness. What an interesting this we have been, like I said, we have been covering a whole bunch of crazy shit. And let's see. 6:32. Holy shit. Okay. We are now going to go into the darker side of things. And we are going to learn about family influencers. Because Hunter, aka Papa Meat, did this video, and I pre-watched it, but oh my god, it's fucked up. It is. We're gonna have fun with this, and yeah, we're gonna have fun.
Come back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about some of the most vile people on the internet.
Oh boy.
Influencer parents. A while back, we did a video on the notorious Ruby Frankie and her family vlog channel, 8 Passengers.
Evil bitch.
We did it with my
evil lady. May she rot in prison for the rest of her life.
It was something that I found extremely fascinating, and it just made you sick to your stomach that somebody could basically prioritize content over their children. Not me and my kids.
Big silence.
What if I told you at one time he was alive? Shit. If you don't know Ruby Frankie, she made the national headlines for essentially torturing her kids behind the scenes, leave her trapped up in a house. It's fucking gruesome. There's been documentaries about it. Real fun stuff.
I still don't know how the husband could be like, well, she just asked me to leave and I left. And, I didn't take any of the kids with me or anything and never checked on them.
I mean, what seemed like a happy, loving family on camera turned out to be a home filled with abuse and fear.
I'm only going to say it one more time, and then you're going to lose the privilege to eat dinner.
The privilege to eat dinner. Oh, yes, because eating is a privilege.
Isolated incident. This is something that's been reoccurring time and time again. It seems like a pattern where you cannot mix the selfish nature of content creation with raising a family, and especially whenever one relies on the other. Typically when content creation relies on idolizing your perfect life or perfect family. Doesn't mix, not healthy chemistry. So let's take a look at some of the worst family influencers out there.
So literally, like, why on earth do these, like, I have such a hard time, like, just going and making content when I've got my kids, because I feel like that's not good parenting. I feel like that's, and even though my kids are getting older and, like, I should probably not be all hovery and shit, I'm just like, no, I have to be a mom.
Starting off with Allie Ray, who, starting off fresh, home run swinging here, nearly killed her baby in the NICU because she was starving for a sandwich.
Oh my god.
General Shao. General Shao is a type of chicken.
He's a general in MK1. He's not Khan in MK1.
But the baby, Allison Ray.
He's playing 11.
Oh, okay.
So it's Shao Kahn in 11.
This controversial mother is a TikTok live streamer who is part of a niche online community called Beg Talk.
Beg Talk?
Smash that bell. Give me money.
Beg Talk.
Is
and let me tell you, out of all of the social media platforms that pay their creators, TikTok is probably up there among the worst.
5%.
Like, yeah. How many gifts? Like, how could you possibly make any money on Beg Talk?
Okay, here, Spider-Man boy. Just pause it real quick. Pause it.
I already did.
So remember Spider-Man? What was it? Puerto Rican Spider-Man or whatever? Black Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Okay. The kid broke down because he was streaming for like hours at that point. And he had hundreds of people watching him do his stupid, repetitive
the AI
NPC,
shit.
Not AI, NPC.
Right.
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 And he then starts crying because no one donated a galaxy. Galaxies are $30. That's it.
Yeah.
And of that, you only get like 10%.
Yeah.
A rose is a penny. So anytime you see a rose, it's not, to me it wasn't a rose is not really a tip. To me a rose was like a slap in the face. I
remember one of my cooking lives where I had like 6,000 people watching. And I was streaming for 2 hours and I got like 10,000 gifts. You know how much that was? $20.
Not even.
$20.
Is where they spend all day on TikTok begging for money. There's a lot of people that do it. Basically, people just being live, gassing people up to just throw money at them for virtually doing nothing besides sitting and having a camera that is live. And
it's true. The TikTok live streamers do nothing. They do nothing. They just sit there. And you try to bring the TikTok audience over to your other channels and shit, and a TikTok person that comes over to a YouTube stream, they're rude. They're like, this is boring. Why don't you just talk to us? Why do you have to watch videos? Why are you doing that? What's the point? And it's like, are you that stupid that all you want to do is watch somebody sit in front of their phone and like occasionally read a comment? Like, do you is that all you want? Are you that parasocial?
And of course, getting pregnant gave her the perfect excuse to make content and beg for money on live streams, later revealing it wasn't an accident, but a plan to trap her 19-year-old partner. Lucky dog.
Ew! Gross! I didn't hear that part the first
later
time.
Revealing it wasn't an accident, but a plan to trap her 19-year-old partner.
Yes, because when you become a mother, you want the father of the baby to be unprepared and also 19 years old.
Lucky dog.
She's got like all the plays: begging, entrapment, family talk.
She's like King Griffey Jr. in 1997, dude.
Right?
Unstoppable. There's gonna be a couple people who are like, oh. At first, she claimed it was his idea, but later admitted that it was her plan all along. But things only got worse as the pregnancy went on. At just 33 weeks pregnant, Allie went into labor and was rushed to the hospital. Not wanting to endure a long birth, she pushed to be induced early.
Why? Dude, they can give you drugs to stop your labor at 33 weeks. What the fuck? Why? 33 weeks pregnant, going into labor, they can absolutely give you drugs to stop the contractions and check you out and make sure that if you're not dilated that you're fine. Why would you push for induction? I was supposed to be induced with the second boy at 39 weeks because of my back issues. Like, what the fuck? The baby's lungs aren't even developed at 33 weeks. Ninja, go away.
Telling doctors she couldn't afford to wait since she relied entirely on live stream donations. Doc, I gotta be back live tonight.
I can't be having a long birth or take some time to have my contractions stopped and spend the night in the hospital making sure I'm okay. I have to go live and make $30 in roses.
Can we squirt this thing out quick, please, and thank you?
Right? Why not? Do you realize how much money you'd make if you went live while you were giving birth, you dumb bitch?
Shoot me up with some of that juice.
Shoot me up through my spine with some of that juice.
What the fuck is wrong
get a
with
coat
these
hanger
people?
and start pulling, dude. All right? And after a few days in the hospital, Allie delivered the baby. And it was
so she still spent a few days in the hospital. So there goes your plan on a quick birth. And now you have a premature baby with undeveloped lungs and complications.
Was immediately rushed to the NICU and put on multiple breathing machines and monitors because it was delivered so fucking early. Had to monitor it.
Well, she was live on TikTok saying like, I thought 33 weeks was when babies are born, not 38.
I thought 33 weeks were when babies were born. That's only 8 months, 1 week. Who, even in your basic ninth grade? No, not even ninth grade. 6th grade. Sexual education class. You learn that it takes 9 months to have a child. That is not 33 weeks, my dear.
I don't know, maybe somebody who's educated on this can explain this to me, but like...
I don't know, maybe somebody who's educated on this, when you become pregnant, isn't it something that every mother does to, like, learn about pregnancy and shit? Or is that just what, like, smart people do?
Wait, what's the difference between delivering at 30?
All these really dumb ones try to wing it. You'd be surprised how many try to wing it.
And then claim systematic oppression of lack of education?
Yeah. Mostly they're white women, too. It's really funny.
No, there's a big movement about how black women don't know about breastfeeding.
Yeah, and if you look at who leads that movement...
It's the La Leche League, which is run by all white women.
33 and 34 weeks, because either way the lungs are not fully developed until 37 weeks.
Her doctor was like, let's try to make 34, like really trying to push it.
Why don't we just keep threading that needle of like maybe 35, you know, that kind of thing. One would think that a new parent would be freaking out over their newborn's condition, but for Allie Ray, that was far from the truth.
If like I was freaked out when they told me the oldest was jaundiced, and like he wasn't even that badly jaundiced. He spent like a few hours under the lights. He wasn't even in like the incubator or anything. He just spent, I think it was like 6 or 8 hours under the ultraviolet light, and he was okay afterwards. But
I was 6 weeks in an incubator.
Yeah, you were in an incubator, my uncle was in an incubator, and both of you were severely jaundiced. I don't know what the fuck it was about 1984 babies. You two are not the only two I've heard of.
No, there was a whole weird thing about something was up with us with our kidneys.
It was very strange.
But the funnier part is we're all the strongest drinkers out of everything.
But yeah, like I was freaking out, and all the oldest needed was to sit under the lights. Like I would not know what to do with myself if my kid had to be hooked up to machines and shit. Like I would be freaking out.
She was happy not to be pregnant and was live on TikTok.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy not to be pregnant anymore. Doesn't matter that even though like for the first 6 weeks after you're pregnant, you feel like absolute garbage, and you have the longest, literally, you bleed for 6 weeks, dude. How is that happy? How is that fun? How, like, literally, it's not fun. For the first, like, 2 months after being pregnant, you still feel pregnant. I thought it was closer to 9.5 to 10 months. It is. It is closer. It's technically 40 weeks is the normal gestation, and people tend to start worrying if it comes to like 41, 42 weeks. So 33 weeks, wanting and pushing for a delivery, shame on the doctors too for going, yes, okay. Like, I could understand if she was 38, 39 weeks pregnant and like me, like my left hip was popping out of place. I was in severe amounts of pain. I could barely walk, and I couldn't take care of the oldest. So my doctor was like, you know what, we're going to schedule you for an induction because this is not, like, this isn't good. And, you know, you're fully gestated. But, like, what doctor in their right mind would look at a 33-week pregnant woman going into early labor and be like, yeah, let's just push some Pitocin. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is with these doctors?
Thank God. She was reading comments and accepting roses and galaxies in the NICU. And people were already appalled by the behavior thus far, and she was already receiving a ton of hate.
I was a little yellow baby. Oh, Jesus. 4 pounds when born? You were teeny tiny. I bet she wanted a preemie baby for internet points. You're probably not wrong there, Cannibalistic Wizard. I would not put it past these people. They are that insane.
Eat for it. Nothing could have prepared viewers for what happens next.
Especially when they threaten you can't leave the hospital.
Yeah, after... Maybe I should retell the birth story.
One of these days you should tell them, maybe...
Sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah, he's gonna actually show us what she does, and it's fucked up.
Live streaming herself holding her daughter, Allie did the unthinkable. Since her baby daddy wasn't there to help out in the hospital room, she unplugged her baby from the breathing machine and monitors to get the attention of a nurse so they could bring her a turkey sandwich.
Now I'm going to repeat that, just in case you guys thought you misheard, because I thought I misheard that too the first time I heard it yesterday. Instead of locating the call bell that is in every single room, in every single ward of every single modern hospital that calls the nurses...
Old hospitals going probably back to like the 1900s.
Yeah, that call the nurses to you, okay? It's instead of using the call bell, that was just rightly pointed out, probably existed way fucking back into the 1900s. She unplugged her infant child from the breathing machine so the nurses could bring her a sandwich. Instead of, calling the nurse to the room with the call bell and going, hey, I'm really hungry. Would you mind sitting with my baby real quick while I go grab a sandwich? Something a nurse is supposed to do.
No, you're fine. It's not an emergency.
It's not an No, you're fine. It's not an emergency. The baby just stopped breathing because I wanted a sandwich.
A turkey sandwich.
No, you're fine. It's not an emergency. I just was gonna see if you could bring me a turkey sandwich.
Just listen to... Oh, no, you're fine. It's not an emergency. The machine just told you that my baby stopped breathing. I know, it's funny, right? Could you get me a sandwich? I'm really hungry. Thanks. Fucking CPS. Now. Jail. Now.
And it's so sad that this is all on video. Not even on video, it was happening in real time for viewers. Can you imagine just sitting there being like...
Please tell me that one of her viewers was the people that, I hope, first of all, I hope that if the fucking hospital staff was not reluctant to induce an early birth, that they were at least not reluctant to call fucking family and children's services.
The baby. Yeah, the baby sitting there just like... Allie clearly didn't think she'd done anything wrong, so she did it again in a separate live stream. This time, asking for a drink instead.
What? She did it twice? I missed that. She did it twice? Holy fuck. What? Wow. Holy shit.
She did it again in a separate live stream. This time, asking for a drink instead.
There are literally drink stations on the ward. Like, you can go get water. And if the baby's on machines and things, all you need to do is go past the nurse's station and be like, hey, I'm just going to grab a coffee. Would you mind keeping an eye on things, please? It's not like you're leaving the baby alone in a locked house with no supervision. You're in a hospital on a ward with people trained to deal with infants who are premature. Go get your drink and come back. Why do you need to unplug and potentially murder your infant to get a drink and a sandwich?
I bet that was rage baiting. He's fine.
He's thirsty, and so is mommy.
As soon as it happened, people clipped it, and she went
good.
viral. Numerous reports were made to the hospital and CPS detailing what Allie had done.
No, I'm sorry. Why do reports need to be made to the hospital? Why are nurses not on that ward going, this mother is intentionally unplugging her child? I'm calling the police. What? Why? Why is it on her TikTok audience to screen record and report to the hospital? Where are the nurses? Where are the mandated reporters? What the fuck?
And additionally, viewers who had experiences in the NICU were outraged that a mother could disregard their newborn's health like that. Allie tried to defend herself by claiming the nurses told her to unplug the machine, saying, quote, I was told that if I needed something, I should unplug it. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Nobody told you that. No, nobody told you that. I'm sorry. Nobody told you to unplug your infant's breathing monitor to get the nurses to come help you. That's not a thing. I'm sorry. That's not a thing. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
God, man, you know, it's kind of. Do you think that she really believes that, though? I do think that there's levels of narcissism that come in that you maybe perpetuate a lie so much in your head that you legitimately believe that another person said it.
No, Hunter, no. You are giving this chick way too much fucking credit. You started this segment with revealing that she trapped her boyfriend by getting pregnant. She 100% knew what she was doing and knew that it was wrong. I don't think she believes for a second what she said. I think she's just saying it to save face.
They probably, like, if you need anything, there's like this call button.
It was that's what I mean, and she's just like, oh well,
I'll just unplug.
She told me to unplug it so I could just like wheel myself over and get a 7-Up or a Squirt or a Vault. Hey, could you go down to the vending machine and get me a Vault? They're like, what year do you think it is? News articles came out on the situation, and the amount of backlash forced Allie to delete her TikTok account altogether.
No, I'm sorry. The amount of backlash should have forced the hospital to fucking issue an apology for being incredibly derelict in their duty.
Yes, would do an investigation, but Allie never faced any legal trouble for her actions in the hospital.
Excuse me?
All it's gonna do is bring more traction to my page and more money in my pocket. So.
How did she not face legal troubles? She fucking attempted to kill her kid.
So happy ending.
So it's a happy ending for Allie. And I'm sure that baby's gonna be just fine.
Oh, yeah.
As long as she has Vault and turkey sandwiches. In many of these controversial cases, the parents typically have more than 3 children. This provides a steady stream of content, and in theory, it's a good idea, but getting 5+ kids to cooperate is hard. Borderline impossible. And that's where parents lose their patience, like the case of Fantastic Adventure. I gotta say, this is a rough watch today. This is a sad,
Gee, thanks,
sad
Hunter.
one. I wouldn't say anything probably out of the ordinary. I would say as of late, a lot of weird stuff usually, but this one in particular, I don't know why. This case is so sad. In 2012, Fantastic Adventures began uploading a wide variety of children's content, ranging from scripted comedy skits to costume roleplay. The creator of the account,
creepy.
Michelle Hobson, would use her 3 biological children and her 7 adopted children as characters in each episode.
So she literally had and collected herself a troupe of actors.
10 kids?
She's like, 2 more cheaper by the dozen. My favorite Steve Martin film. The channel quickly developed a loyal fan base that tuned into each upload. And at its peak, the account had over 800,000 followers and 250 million views.
Wow.
Hell, I'm going to start signing up I'm going to start adopting myself if that's the case. Can't lie. Hey, the analytics don't lie. The channel went steady for 5 years until 2017, when controversy struck. Hobson's only biological daughter sent in an anonymous tip to the police for a welfare check on the home.
Interesting. You know it's bad when the daughter just calls the cops and is like, I need you to do a welfare check, but don't say it was me.
That's a good sign. When police arrived, nobody was prepared for the horror that awaited inside the home. The first child they found was locked in a closet with no food or water in a diaper. The rest of the children were found starved and in a weakened state. According to the children, Michelle had repeatedly beaten them, forced them to take ice baths, sprayed them with pepper spray, and purposely withheld food, all because she believes that they didn't act well enough. And
you didn't perform in my video. I only got 100,000 likes. No food! What the
When we say pepper spray as well, just for the video, I don't want to be too gratuitous, but she's not spraying it into your eyes, she's spraying it in, let's just say, an inappropriate place, which...
Dude! That's horrible.
Just makes me like, what kind of sadistic do
fuck?
you have to be? Can't say that. What kind of sadistic fucking freak do you have to be to do that? It appalls me.
Power trip, I think.
No, that is a power trip. That is a torture. That's sadistic.
Do you think it's just a power trip, or do you think that the person's just like, wait, I have to upload. I have to, like, going and saying, I gotta get, hey, views are down. Steven, could you come over here?
Well, it's one of those things because she's saying based on poor performance. It's like she's like a theater, like.
Well, that's what I mean.
She's like one of those crazy Russian dance coaches.
She means like view-wise, or do you think that she's just like, you guys aren't trying hard enough?
I think it's you guys aren't trying hard enough.
Yeah.
I agree.
See, that's what happened in the Ruby Frankie thing too, when she's like, you need to smile and say this, and they're like, can I fucking do anything
Can
else?
I
You know
not?
what I mean?
Yeah.
Brutal, bro. The children were also found to be developmentally behind because they hadn't attended school in years and instead were kept at home to film and act in YouTube videos constantly.
You don't need an education. You're a theater kid now.
Woo! And as soon as these conditions were discovered, the children were removed, and Michelle and her 2 older biological sons were arrested. 2 sons were charged with failing to report the abuse since they allegedly knew what was happening in the house, but the charges were later dropped because there wasn't enough evidence to.
How can you prove that they were abusers and not abused? Like how do they not know that they were not abused as well?
Well, I've always been confused about Ruby Frankie's husband because I'm like, what the fuck were you doing? What I don't understand is he's like, well, she kicked me out. I'm like, you didn't want to check on your kids once?
Exactly.
He's like, well,
what the
I had
fuck?
my faith.
Like, seemed fine on the cameras.
It's fine. How can you watch this go by? It's just weird. Michelle was charged with 5 counts of unlawful imprisonment, 2 counts of molestation, and 7 counts of child abuse. But
Damn.
She never served jail time.
Why?
Because after being deemed mentally incompetent, she died in a hospital in 2019.
How did she die? Did she just fucking...
Effectively bringing the Fantastic Adventure saga to an end.
Nick's
You're
just
mentally
giggling.
unfit, she just fucking like boils in a room. The only thing keeping her alive was pointing a DSLR camera at her. She's like a fucking Japanese like yokai spirit.
Oh my god.
She's like the ghost in the ring.
That's funny. That's just funny.
The nurse is just like cracking the door and looking in. Film me! Film me! Like the Wicked Witch of the West or some shit.
That reminds me of certain Hollywood dynasty mothers. Yeah. If you are brought up a prison guard, can you be executed for being a prison guard? That's a good question.
Most parents will go great lengths to ensure that their kids are healthy and happy. However, one Australian mom got exposed for doing the complete opposite. Let's talk about the Harris family.
Oh boy.
Alana Harris and her husband, Brock, ran a popular family TikTok account with their 1 million followers under the name The Harris Family. Scrolling through the videos, you would think that they were just another happy family sharing their vacations, pregnancies, and family events with the world.
Okay.
The family had 3 kids, 2 boys, and a daughter. Daisy, who was diagnosed with tuberous sclerosis complex, which is a rare genetic disorder that causes non-cancerous brain tumors to form. This diagnosis was devastating for the family, and Alana regularly posted her daughter in the hospital, providing the audience with regular updates and expressing gratitude for your support. Oh my god.
I'm sorry, but like, even when I'm in the hospital for myself, the last thing I want to do is take out my phone and make like, here I am in the hospital. Oh my god, I'm so sick. Like, what? I'll put out a tweet maybe. Like, maybe I'll take like 1 selfie, but like, I do not feel the need to just be like, here I am in the hospital. Like, and then like with my kids, I don't want to film them. Like, I'm focused on them being sick. I want to make them feel better. I want to make them like comfortable. I don't want to be like, oh, look at the camera, honey. Oh, I know. Look, let's film those big lumps on your head for the nice people.
My
like,
God,
what the
thank you for
fuck?
watching and donating. I appreciate it. And eventually, a GoFundMe was set up and raised thousands of dollars to cover the cost of Daisy's medical procedures. Yet, after countless operations, doctors noticed that Daisy wasn't getting any better and that her condition was staying the same or even worsening. So,
Interesting. So even doctors are like, okay, we're like doing all of these surgeries to remove these growths, and she's like not improving? What the hell is going on here?
A toxicology report was conducted, and it showed that her blood content had high levels of benzodiazepines, other commonly known as Xanax or Valium. Fun one. This obviously raised red flags for doctors, as they had never prescribed any drugs like that, and doctors continued to investigate the source of the drugs, and it didn't take long to uncover that Alana had been deliberately drugging her child to keep her sick.
I'm sorry, but fuck you, woman. And also, how, as a husband, how do you, like, how are you this checked out that you don't, like, yes, your kid is sick, and, you know, maybe after after the surgeries, she's, like, doped up and whatever, but how can you as a dad be like, yeah, my kid's just constantly sleepy. Oh, well. Like, what?
Gypsy Rose, ladies and gentlemen?
No
That's
shit.
like a Munchausen thing, right? Yeah. Munchausen by proxy or whatever. Take the Xanax. It'll make you feel like you have wings. Well, I guess for a kid, it'd be the same shit of just like, yep, you have to take it. Just
Yeah,
an authoritative
take your medicine,
tone,
honey.
You're sick, honey.
Yeah. God, dude, fucking unbelievable. Alana did this because she benefited both financially and socially by keeping Daisy sick for content, a pattern consistent with Munchausen syndrome by proxy. The investigation report was handed over.
OMG, here I am in A&E. Oh, I busted my pelvis again. Right?
Police, and all of Alana's children were moved from the home while she was taken into custody. Thank God. Brock, her husband, if you forgot that he was in there, like every one of these husbands, was initially suspected of aiding his wife and poisoning their child, but he later claimed that he was completely oblivious to the whole thing.
How? How are you oblivious? How do you not figure out, like, geez, my kid is really, really tired a lot of the time. And, like, read up maybe first on her disease, and then, like, if that doesn't present the reason for her fatigue, be like, maybe I should go over what she's taking for her medicine. And, like, what kind of father are you? Just be like, oh, her mom's taking care of all the medicine stuff. What?
I hate that. I fucking hate that. Here's a quote from him.
I had no idea about what Alana was doing to Daisy. I pushed her for these surgeries because of my heart. I felt it would help.
But I didn't do a single thing to put... It's him just being like, he's on his lazy boy watching TV. Babe, we should do that.
Babe, did you do the medicine thing? Okay, good.
Am I out of line by just being like, what the f*** are you doing?
No,
well,
you're not.
There definitely is like a disconnect, but I could see it.
A disconnect? Hey, I couldn't help but notice that fucking lumpy Lou over here keeps growing things in her head. Like, what the f***? And you just keep giving her pills.
And not just she keeps regrowing things in her head, but like Xanax and Valium make full-grown adults go all like, bleh. Like, how can you not notice a fucking kid just zombieing their way through the day? Like,
you never once saw her give her a pill? Word? Not once? Wait, so are you taking care of it? Yeah. Okay. Like, is that as involved as you are? Like, it just seems insane. Every other friend I have that has a child, like, they know every single
some melatonin when she took her first steps, and now she's up to 3 diazepam a day.
Medication they're taking, anything.
You're not
Surgery's
wrong.
coming up, whatever. She's just be like, well, I just thought she had it totally covered.
That's what I think it was. It's more like, it's not odd to be like, here, take this vitamin or whatever.
No. Her giving the medication to
No,
her
but
daughter.
it is odd as another parent in the home to not be also on top of your child's medication. Like, that's weird. As like, that's odd to just be like, oh, I just thought she was covering the medication.
I mean, like, you're gonna trust the fucking person that's raising you, right? But I just mean, I am so livid by these usually, I mean, in almost all these cases, Ruby Frankie and in this one here, it's like, are you doing nothing? What are you doing? Yeah. Well, I have to work.
I worked 8 hours today.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I just usually come home and I see her lumps and I say, well, okay, well, we gotta figure something out. Well, I get sleepy and I go to bed. I mean, does that not sound ridiculous, dude.
It's emotional. Like, you see your child lumpy and you just kind of want to disconnect. And
No, do you think that's what it is too? He's just like, I can't
That's
deal
just
with
retarded.
Like the stress of having to deal with that.
I think it's...
What a good father.
Yes, seriously. What a lovely dad. It's so stressful to have my child lumpy. I just don't care.
I just can't.
Yeah.
Hey babe, I'm gonna go play Halo Wars in the basement.
Halo Wars.
Did you give her a vitamin? Okay, just making sure. Yeah, Halo Wars. He's like, all he has is an Xbox 360. He's playing games from like 2011. Hey babe.
And every time his console gets the 3 red lights of death, he just goes to a used game store and buys another Xbox 360.
I'm gonna play Sneak King.
Oh god.
He's like, just plays the Burger King game and the... Online, many people were disgusted that they even supported someone like this and spread the story.
I bet
all
they
over
were
the internet.
disgusted.
This ensured that the Harris family would be under a microscope for the rest of their lives. Following Alana's arrest, her TikTok account would be shut down. She would be charged with poisoning, torture, child exploitation, and fraud. Which I would say 2 back to back. At least we have 2 arrests back to back. Usually on some of these, it's just like, well, actually, to be fair, one melted like a witch. And
One melted like
you're
a
insane.
witch.
She's like, yeah! And then this one, they're like, all right, I guess you have to go to prison. Are you gonna melt? I don't think so. There are many challenges that come with raising a child, as each child is obviously different. So when you use your kids for content, it can be hard to get all of your kids to align with your narrative or brand.
Hell, I know what medication my colleagues are on. Exactly. Like this. It's like, how do you not know?
Frankie, gotta get them all together. Kids go through like fucking puberty, they get all moody and all that kind of shit. And after a while, you're like, you need to smile. Mama needs to post to YouTube. We need roses on TikTok. Which, let me tell you something. This is another gut. I mean, all of these are going to be gut punches, but I remember when we were reading this one, it made me actually sick to my stomach. Because for one family, their adopted child was more work than they bargained for. The Ohio-based channel was called The Stauffer Life.
I covered this when it happened. I
Micah
covered
and James Stauffer built a family lifestyle brand, gaining over 700,000 followers on their main channel and 300,000 on their garage spin-off channel. And in each video, the parents showed off their hectic life with their 4 kids as they took them to their appointments, celebrated birthdays, and other life milestones, right? 2016 and 2017 marked an exciting time for the family as they were in the process of adopting a 2-year-old from China who they named Huxley, making sure to record every update along the way. The child they were adopting had severe autism and they were aware of it. And many viewers cautioned the parents about the work it might take to ensure Huxley was properly taken care of.
I remember this. Like, they knew from the get-go that this kid was very, 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 very autistic. Like, and I hesitate to even, like, get kids diagnosed that young, but sometimes there are just developmental markers that you notice that the kids are missing or, like, not making, and, like, sometimes they just get diagnosed with autism and they just don't develop the same way, and it takes a lot of work, especially if they're nonverbal.
If you already have that many kids and then all of a sudden you're throwing in someone who's going to need that much time and attention, I think people really underestimate what a task that is.
Yeah.
For severe autism, where it's at that point, it's like they can't take care of themselves, you know? But despite this, all Micah had to say was, quote, "But if anything, my child is not refundable." Yeah, that's exactly what she did.
Yeah, she literally was like, I can't take care of this kid. I'm going to give him to another family.
In 2020, fans began to notice that Huxley stopped appearing in vlogs shortly after a video would be posted answering their questions. After only 3 years of living with the Stauffers, Huxley was sent to a different family within the United States.
So, formative years of a child's life, right? 0 to 6 years of age. He spends from 2 to 5 with these people.
I saw that. Get back here.
And they're just like, no, it's too hard. I'm going to ship him off to somebody else.
The reason why Huxley wasn't in the videos is because, like the comment said, they were unprepared for how much work it would take to give Huxley the proper care. And in a now deleted apology video, both Micah and James tried to claim that while they were aware of Huxley's special needs, there were still a lot of unknowns surrounding the conditions.
I just didn't understand. We knew he had special needs. We just didn't know how many special needs he had.
Do I feel like a failure as a mom? Like 500%.
Oh, that is the worst fake cryy voice I've ever heard.
Both Micah and James tried to claim that while they were aware of Huxley's special needs, there were still a lot of unknowns surrounding the conditions.
Do I feel like a failure as a mom? Like 500%.
That is the worst. Do I feel like a failure as a mom?
Fans were outraged at Micah for exploiting her special needs child for views and began turning against her. And fans also created a change.org petition to remove the Stauffer's life's monetization, to which they succeeded.
The first time Change.org ever did anything good.
Though the Stauffers were never legally charged with anything, their lives and online reputation have been completely gutted because of their greed. Which I want to say too, first off, knowing that a child that's going to need that kind of attention is coming and you're like, yep, I'm totally fine with that. And then to later spend years with a child developing a relationship and then just be like, I can't. I think in many cases, especially if it's still a child and there's another family who's like, we will give them a better life, I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, this is just too much. I think it's just the angle of you 100% could tell that the Stauffers were like, this is going to be a gold mine.
Yeah.
Here's my little autistic baby we can,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, here's my autistic kid. Watch us struggle with him and feel sorry for us and give us the pity views and the pity money because we adopted an autistic boy. Aren't we so lovely?
So then they're pawning it off like literally like an animal.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is a dog we don't want anymore. There's no morality that way too. And then two, to not be, that's one thing. I don't think people have to be extremely transparent online. I think you have obviously like a personal life, but you don't even update it to where it's like, hey, here's this child that we have now. And then all of a sudden he's just not there
He's just
anymore,
gone.
as if
Yeah.
no one's going to notice. It's insane. It's just,
yeah, this is weird. How do you think you're going to explain that?
It's fucking gross. It's gross because I look at it the same way like rich people would buy like, I don't know, an expensive car or something. Well, I like the model, but I just want something new.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's that hand. Like it's, I don't know. All narcissists, right? I think all content creators are. They have to be to an extent. But I think I probably am too, dude.
Not us.
Probably us. Probably. Sorry, dude. I fucking suck too. I don't know.
Well, yeah, like, there has to be some form of narcissism to be a content creator, but you don't have to be like a classic narcissist.
I haven't adopted a Chinese severely autistic baby though and pawned it off on somebody else, so I don't know if I'm supposed to tell you. The only Chinese baby.
Look at the most popular sharers. You tell me they are not the highest level of narcissists in the world.
Okay, maybe that's true.
Maybe I have is Modine.
Danny, want to give Danny a kiss?
He gave him a lot of vault earlier, so he's... There it is. Jesus Christ. Get it out of here. What the hell is wrong with you? Religion plays a big part in a lot of families' lives, with faith being the glue that holds them together. One example of this on social media was our unique family.
That
Very
sounds
culty
creepy
vibes.
and culty.
Family, yeah.
Our unique family.
You're chosen by God.
Which it was run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons.
What is with these people and adopting like there was a YouTube channel called what was it? 6 Blind Kids. And they literally, these parents literally went and adopted 6 blind kids, and they're just like, and they all have different developmental issues too.
If you haven't checked in on that in a while.
No, I have. Maybe I'll do that in a
It's just, it's just like, this is me and my boys! Run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons, the TikTok account proudly showcased their Jewish faith, sharing family-friendly content that entertained over 300,000 followers. Chaim Cohen was seen as a righteous man for adopting these 9 boys and giving them a better life outside of foster care. They lived in a huge house, were homeschooled, and seemed to have everything they could have ever needed.
Until
But his image would come crumbling down when his 18-year-old son called into an Atlanta podcast and revealed what was truly going on inside.
Oh shit, he was just like, fuck this. I'm calling into a podcast and I'm exposing everything.
According to the Sun, Chaim had been abusing and neglecting all of his sons for years. He repeatedly withheld food and locked them in their room until 4 p.m., only to abuse them when they were freed.
Lovely.
And after the call to the podcast ended, police went to Chaim's house, removed all the children, and took him into custody. When questioned by police, it was discovered that he had been lying about his identity and faith the whole time.
So he wasn't even Jewish? He was just like, I'm gonna pretend to be a Jew. I'm gonna call myself Chaim Cohen, and everything will be fine.
It's so crazy, man. It's so fucking crazy. Chaim changed his name in 2009, around the time he claimed to convert to Judaism. He wasn't even a real rabbi, and his claims that his kids come from Jewish families was false too.
So he's literally just faked everything. Faked being Jewish, faked being a rabbi, faked his kids being from Jewish foster homes.
As soon as they moved in, he changed their names to sound more Jewish, just like he had done with his own name.
He changed them to, you are now Jacob, you are now Isaac, you are now Isaiah, you are now... like, what the fuck?
He also made them grow side locks to fit into the online
side locks
kind of the
too?
general look of the people that would be watching Jewish family vlogs, you know. And on top of that, right around the time this all came out,
internet points. Can't they just get a purse puppy? I guess.
When he was taken in the hospital, doctors found that there was literally nothing wrong with the fucking guy.
So he was even pretending to be disabled. He's like, I'm in a wheelchair and I'm so sick. I can't breathe. The doctors are like, no, dude, you're fine. Get up.
In the end, Chaim was sentenced to 135 years in prison for multiple counts of child abuse and one for injuring a child, with the judge's final words to him saying, quote, "You're gonna die in prison." Which is
God damn.
sick, dude. That's the only time I
awesome.
ever envy being a judge is when you get to really just fucking put that nail in that coffin. Hey, guess what, Chaim, or what are the ghoul, or whatever the fuck you want to be called? Bye! Boom! That's what I do too. And I'd be like, you know what? On the way out, break his ankles.
Break his ankles? make it so he does need a wheelchair.
That's the kind of judge I'd be. Break his toes. Recess and we'll break his toes. Hit him. If anybody opposes, I'm shooting you in the chest. Judge Angog. That's my show. I'm Judge Judy's fetal alcohol syndrome child. All of Chaim's social media accounts are still up but haven't been touched since the arrest in 2023.
Wow.
Except for his website, which turned into a Singaporean online casino.
What the fuck? His website turned into an online casino based in Singapore? What the fuck?
Was he hacked, or is Chaim still working in the shadows, behind the scenes? Who knows? And lastly, we can't end the video without talking about one of the first family channels to ever face controversy, and it's coming back to light, and it's one of the main reasons we even want to talk about this, is Daddy of Five's back.
Daddy of Five is back, and I honestly, like, when the Daddy of Five stuff broke, I think that was the first thing that I saw on YouTube that actually made me cry. Like, I was very upset when I watched the videos.
This channel, if you don't know Daddy of Five, the channel consisted of father, Mike Martin, mother, Heather Martin, and her 5 kids from other marriages. Not even his kids. Maybe some of them are. Mordecai, Abraham, David, Simon. Yeah, exactly. A whole hodgepodge. It's a hot potato situation is all I gotta say. Like most family channels, they posted vlogs on their day-to-day life, jumped on viral trends like the, 1,000-degree knife challenge, and tried to record
Pranking
their day-to-life
shit.
as much as possible. Just regular bullshit, following trends, yada, 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 YouTuber bullshit. All of these videos performed well, but what really brought in views were their pranks, which eventually became the majority of their content. Videos like Dad Stink Bombs Son's Room and Silly String Wake Up Prank were some of the more tame pranks that drew in millions of viewers. However, as more people tuned in, it became clear that many of the pranks were not so harmless. More often than not, the pranks involved a child getting hurt or extremely upset, usually at the hands of the parents. One of the younger children, Cody, was specifically targeted in most of these pranks. And
yeah, they picked out on Cody almost entirely, and they were horrible to that kid.
A lot of things too, man. It's kind of fucked up. I mean, I think that they've even said recently where it's like it was all fake, blah blah. But
it was not.
It's like the kid has a busted lip. I mean, in the video you see him getting pushed down by his other older, bigger brothers and stuff, and the dad just laughs or the mom just laughs. It's just
and he's like the carpet prank. When he thought that the carpet was all messed up and he thought he was gonna get in trouble, like, he was genuinely upset.
It's fucked. Like, there's no other way to say it. It's all fucked up. And in 2017, the channel uploaded a video titled Invisible Ink Prank.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, where they put the invisible ink on the carpet, and he started legitimately freaking out. Like, you could tell he was terrified he was going to get in trouble.
Would get them in serious trouble. In the video, Mother poured invisible ink on the carpet in Cody's room, leaving stains, and blamed it on him. Both Heather and Mike screamed at Cody to the point where he became visibly distressed and started to cry.
Yeah, he was having a fucking breakdown. He was having, like, an anxiety episode.
Went on for 5 minutes, and once they revealed that it was just a prank, nobody except the parents were laughing.
No.
Many people were upset by the prank, believing it had gone too far, and clips from the video went viral and made national news.
And he was like, I went through all of this just for a prank, and they're like, oh yeah, isn't it funny?
Prompting
like,
an
he was
investigation into the
pissed,
family.
that kid.
A few months later, Heather and Mike took on an Alford plea, meaning they didn't admit to guilt, but agreed that there was enough evidence to convict them.
And also, the videos they uploaded about, like, we're going to Disney World and we're not taking Cody because he, like, put poop all over his room. Like, first of all, if that's true, why would you embarrass your son by telling the internet that? And second of all, if it's not true, why would you embarrass your son by lying to the internet about that?
With this plea came 5 years of supervised probation, and both Cody and his sister Emma were given to their biological mother. After the controversy was over, the family had attempted numerous comebacks to no avail.
Yeah.
Mike Martin started a music career in 2019, releasing 2 rap albums, 2 heavy metal albums, and he also posts vlogs, slam poetry, and boomer-style reaction videos on TikTok.
2 rap albums and 2 metal albums. My brother in Christ. Pick a genre.
Hating so much that I'm levitating and waiting for a miracle. But I'm cynical, so I turn to the biblical. But I'm a criminal, so it's difficult.
Oh my god, he's literally slamming!
So Jake followed in his father's footstep and has also started in his rap career, as well as a clothing brand. As for Heather, she uses TikTok like a Facebook account, posting updates about her life, including her kids' graduation, family vacations,
examination after examination with cross-examination,
and other family gathering bullshit stuff. To this day, Mike and his family strongly deny any abuse at the home. They say CPS never removed Cody and Emma and claims the biological mother just hated them.
Then where did Cody and Emma go? If CPS didn't take Cody and Emma, then where did they go?
The older son interviewed his dad, and in it, he asked, like, what would happen if none of this controversy, like, if we didn't get in trouble, be like, oh man, we'd be set for life, man.
Yeah, it's just one of those. It's just so, in my opinion, I mean, that's the thing with online stuff. Who really ever knows anything? But from all the stuff that's in front of you, it's just so obvious when someone's guilty. You know?
Yeah, I've never. Yeah, we're not gonna plead guilty, but you got enough evidence, so. We're
like, what the fuck? Like, come on. How could you do that? We're not guilty, but look at all this evidence you have. But we're not guilty. But look at all the evidence you have. Like, what? How do those things work? How does one thing, like, you do industrial punk fusion with barbershop quartet? That's funny. Well, holy crap, it's almost 7:30. 4 hours, 24 minutes. We have been live for that long. I think I'm just gonna sit and talk for a few minutes. So, the thing that the thing that gets me all crazy about what we talked about today is we had so many crazy, like, we had so much to talk about today. Protests. We didn't even get to everything. And I think I'll have more for tomorrow and everything. So this will be, well, I think we're gonna have fun. I plan on being back. I have to pick a good time for tomorrow, but we'll see. And this was a crazy smorgasbord of stuff, and we're gonna cover more tomorrow. There, I'm sure, will be more Hassan stuff. We're gonna talk about Trump striking Iraq or Iran. Sorry. We're going to talk about the LGBT. We're going to watch Sydney Watson's video. We're going to do a whole bunch of stuff tomorrow. But I need to go to the bathroom, and I need to get my youngest into bed because he has school tomorrow. So I think it's going to be an eventful summer. I think you're right, Fury Kitten. I think that right now is probably the best time to be a streamer that covers different content and different things, because there is a lot going on right now. So I will be back. We will be covering tons of things. Maybe we'll do a question period segment too. We will see, but I've got lots to talk about. Don't worry. If you want to follow me over on Kick, that's kick.com/blindpress. And let's see what we can do over there on Kick. But yeah, I'm gonna go get my kids into bed, and thank you guys for hanging out and watching the show with me. I will see you guys tomorrow afternoon. Have a wonderful rest of your Sunday, and I'll see you tomorrow.